And then you just wait just a moment for the attendees to roll in. Let's say,
Okay, welcome to the meeting of the State of Hawaii Board of Agriculture and Biosecurity. I am the chair, Sharon Hurd. Prior to calling the meeting to order, IT will explain how the public can participate in this hybrid meeting, which can be accessed by video, conference, telephone, or in person.
As an attendee, your microphone will be automatically muted during the meeting, unless you are providing testimony. For each agenda item you wish to testify on, please click the Raise Hand button found on your Zoom screen. Board staff will individually enable each testifier to unmute their microphone. When recognized by the chair, please unmute your microphone before speaking, and mute your microphone after you finish speaking in order to prevent audio feedback. When testifying, you will be asked to identify yourself and the organization, if any, that you represent. Each testifier will be limited to 2 minutes of testimony per agenda item. If you are dialing in by phone, when the chairperson asks for public testimony, you may indicate you want to testify by entering star and then 9 on your phone's keypad. After entering star and then 9, a voice prompt will let you know that the host of the meeting has been notified. When recognized by the chairperson, you may unmute yourself by pressing star and then 6 on your phone. A voice prompt will let you know that you are unmuted. Once you are finished speaking, please enter star and then 6 again to mute yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. Testifiers are reminded that there is a requested 2-minute limit of testimony per agenda item. If there is anyone testifying in the room, please be sure to come up to the mic and identify yourself before you begin. Calling the meeting to order. 9:05 in the morning. Roll call. I will take a roll call vote. I will take a roll call of the board members present. When your name is called, please indicate your presence with a here or present and state who, if anyone over the age of 18, is present in the room with you. This also serves as a roll call vote. For each subsequent vote, I will ask if there are any objections or recusals. If there are none, then the motion will be approved on the same basis as this initial roll call. Okay, Sharon Hurd is present. Deputy Director Ryan Kanakaole.
Present and alone.
Dr. Parwinder Grewal.
Present and alone.
Thank you. Mark Takimoto.
Present and alone.
Diane Lay.
Present and alone.
Nathaniel Oswald.
Here, alone.
Thank you. En Young.
Present and alone.
And James Gomes.
Aloha kakahiaka, present and alone.
Thank you all. We have quorum, and moving on to the approval of the minutes for August 26, 2025. May I have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved, Jimmy.
Hey, thank you, Jimmy. And a second?
Second, Diane.
Thank you, Diane. It has been moved and seconded that we approve the minutes. Does anyone from the public wish to give testimony? I see Tara. Go ahead, Tara.
Aloha, this is Tara. In agreement with the minutes. I just had a quick question. Is it possible to do the Molokai item agenda first instead of, at the end to change the order?
No, Tara, we are voting on the minutes.
Right, but I just wanted to ask, if you're able to change the order of the agenda, just knowing how important that is.
Tara, that's not having to do with the minutes. I'm sorry. Do you have a comment on the minutes of August 26th?
No, thank you for the minutes. Mahalo.
Thank you, Tara. We have.
Looks like Lori.
Hey, Lori, you're being recognized.
Mahalo, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. In reference to the minutes, aloha, my name is Laurie Buchanan from the island of Molokai. Regarding the minutes, I only could view what was submitted online, but on the September 23rd, 2025 and I'm assuming it's minutes, although it's not labeled as minutes, from Jonathan Ho on page 2, which is labeled as item C-2 in the submittal. Paragraph 1, it states that there was, on the first paragraph, on the first line, it says, there was considerable in-person, virtual, and written testimony in support of the petition. And I noticed later on in the minutes that the department does state on the meeting of the plant advisory group that there was 43 testimony. So I was hoping that the department, instead of just saying that there was considerable in-person, virtual, and written testimony in support of the petition at the last Board of Ag meeting, that they would also list the number of types of support. Because this is a legal record, and as part of the record, I would like that to be reflected. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lori. Any
Or you could also know that the video will be available as well.
Okay, so Lori, thank you for that comment. It's important for everyone to know that, and you're absolutely correct that we did have quite a number of people. What we're going to do is the video is online. Video is online and you can check that, but we will follow up and make it available. I think you asked for the listing of the people, for the types of testimony, because the testimony is also online.
Oh, she's gone.
Oh. No, she's there.
Oh,
Yeah,
Hey, Lori.
yeah, thank you, Chair. I just noticed in the past board meetings that it's usually the number of types of testimonies are reflected. And I just thinking in the future, if there's any type of legal challenge, that it's part of the record, that it's be consistent with, say, 100 testimony was received, X number of people testified in person, and so much people virtually online. That was my comment, and thank you very much for the opportunity today. Thank
Oh,
you.
thank you for helping me understand it, the question. Thank you, Lori. I understand it now. As you were saying, in the legal record, such as with the legislature, when they take a vote, it's always X number of votes, X for, X against, the motion was passed. Something like that is what you're saying? I get it. Okay, we'll take care of it.
do we know that? This is so, I mean, either. No, so someone will have to call, yeah. Have we normally done it? I don't think you're legally required to, but if you want to, you can.
Okay,
Document is subject to that change.
all right.
Someone has to make a motion.
Motion, Board, can someone make a motion to consider counting the votes that,
You would either do it or not.
okay, would someone please make a motion to either count the ayes or make note of the ayes versus the nays, or not for the minutes, in terms of the testimony submitted? Should we be then counting the number of testimonies for, against, or neutral? Diane Lee.
Chair, if Mr. Gomes does not mind amending the motion, I would propose that we that the minutes for the August 26th board meeting reflect the number of testimonies received in support or in opposition to the proposed matter.
Okay, so you're.
But specific to the minutes from the testimony that was received on August 26th. Because the packet that Ms. Buchanan is referring to is reflective of the advisory committee. A summary of those minutes.
That's true.
Does that make sense?
So yeah, so to confirm, your motion is to approve the minutes subject to that being included in the minutes.
Yes,
count,
yes,
yeah.
the vote count. Thank you. Assuming Jimmy's
Diane.
okay with it.
Do I need a second for that?
Yes.
Okay, may I have a second for that motion?
Second, Jimmy.
Thank you, Jimmy. It has been moved and seconded that we amend the minutes to reflect a change that we will be adding the testimonies accounts in the future publication.
I think for this particular minute.
For these particular minutes, okay? So the motion is to accept the minutes with the revision as stated. May I have a calling for the vote? Now,
Now, we
with
guys
the,
have discussion.
oh, is there a discussion by the
I
board?
think we have, well, wait, sorry.
Oh,
Did we eliminate testimony? Is anybody else testify?
I'm sorry.
There are no other hands raised.
Okay, sorry, we were in the middle of testimony. I'm sorry.
You are right. So thank you. Moving on to board discussion. And Young, please.
Good morning, Chair and gang. I'm gonna recuse myself from this one since I was out last month.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ann. Any other board discussion? Seeing, hearing none. With that, I think, do I need to do a roll call vote? With the
Yes,
revision?
yes,
Okay, thank
because
you.
this is recusing.
Okay, so calling for the vote, starting with Deputy Director Ryan Kanaka-Ole,
Aye.
Dr. Grewal,
Present and alone.
oh no,
You voted on the minutes.
Sorry, aye.
thank you, Doctor. And calling on Mark
Aye.
Thank you, Mark. And we have Diane Lay,
Aye, thank you.
Nathaniel Oswald.
Nate, aye.
Aye. Thank you, Nate. And Young? Oh, I'm sorry, you recused
Recusing,
yourself.
yep.
And Jimmy Gold.
Aye, and alone.
Chairperson votes aye. Minutes are approved as amended with follow-up work from Jonathan. 1, 2, and it's unanimous. Thank you. Well,
Yeah.
with the one recusal. Thank you. So moving on to the next item on the agenda, which is communications from, oh, I'm sorry,
Hey,
Tara?
Do we want to go out of order?
What?
It's up to you. You
I'm
can,
sorry.
you can go out of order.
Yeah. The reason that I'm considering the request is because we have a high number of people testifying, and I think this agenda will be quicker to go through. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 items before we get to the item C that the request was for, I believe. Yeah, so it would cause a delay, I believe, for a greater number of people. What do you think?
That's up to you.
Let's let the board vote on it. Can the board vote on it?
You have to point out that some people are coming yet because they didn't expect the vote
Yeah,
right
maybe,
away.
maybe you should.
We have to fight for this coming.
So does he have to come up and identify himself?
Oh, so someone from the audience just said that.
Okay, someone from the
The
audience.
concern is that because it's at the end of the agenda, people may be coming later. And they may not be here now to testify because they didn't expect to have this vote first. So Chair, you weigh that out
I will, I
and you can
will.
move forward.
I
with
think-
Agenda, or you can move it out of order.
It's a high number of people that want to testify, and it's a very important issue. Not that these other matters are not important, but I think it would be quicker to go through these and give full time to the people that might be coming in later. So I'm gonna make the decision to move forward with the agenda as stated. Tara, not that I dismissed your concern, but we're gonna follow the agenda as published. Okay, so moving on with the communications from divisions and administration. Moving on to item 4A1, request of approval of 1 Class C loan for Aina Ho'okupu, Kupu o Kilauea. Oops, is there someone online?
No, then you got motion to.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. May I have a motion to approve the request?
So move, Jimmy.
And that'd be Jimmy, and second?
Seconded.
Thank you, Doctor. And presentation by staff. We have Jill.
Yes.
She's online.
Good morning, I'm Jillian Scheibe. I'm with the Ag Loan Division. I'll be presenting the direct Class C loan and the loan guarantee for Aina Ho'okupu o Kilauea, which I will be referring to as AHK from moving forward so we can expedite it. So the very first one is going to be for the first request is going to be for the Class C direct operating loan for AHK is in the amount of $260,000. The 75-acre leasehold nonprofit farm is located on the North Shore of Kauai and provides both farming opportunities and food to the region. AHK was registered in October 29, 2014, and has become a community resource over the past decade, providing affordable land and infrastructure for small farmers, offers community garden plots, and produces food for local families, hosts a permanent farmer market, and is a community gathering place. Through this, it has become a vertically integrated, further enabling local farmers to market products through their community kitchen, retail sales, aggregation, and distribution. The proposed farm operating loan will allow the applicant to complete processing facilities, finish the greenhouse and livestock infrastructure projects, and includes funds for working capital. The term for this is set for 10 years with a 4% per annum, resulting in a monthly principal and interest payment of $2,633 until maturity. The security is a financing statement on farm equipment. The existing farm equipment equity is approximately $477,000, leaving the loan-to-value ratio as 54.5%, so the loan will be well secured. By completing the small livestock facility, animal infrastructure, and greenhouse improvements, AHK will meet the demands of the store and community need. By ramping up the livestock production, they're going to see an increase in just pig supply about fourfold from year 1 to year 2, and double again from year 2 to year 3. Chicken follows a similar trend. Chicken will from year 1 to year 3 quadruples, and beef triples from year 1 to year 3. And that is production volumes. The greenhouse expansion will increase the pounds of produce available from year 1 to year 3 by nearly 15 times. The proposed loan will allow the applicant to further their mission to contribute to the island's food security and to a healthy, stable, balanced local agricultural economy. Beyond their community impact, the improvements will create profitability that moves them away from reliance on grants. Staff recommends approval of loan based on AHK's proven farming ability, adequacy of collateral, community impact, historical and projected cash flow.
Thank you, Jillian. Does anyone from the public wish to give testimony?
There's a hand raised. Yoshi?
Okay, thank you. Yoshi, you're being recognized.
Yoshi, if you'd like to speak, you're called forward. You just muted yourself. If you don't wish to speak, okay. We can't hear you.
Hello?
There we go. Yes, we can hear you now.
Yeah, aloha. My name is Yoshito Lo, the CEO for Aina Ho'okupu o Kilauea for the last 10 years. Also a founding element. Just wanted to commend and thank the board for considering this item on the agenda. But mostly wanted to express my incredible gratitude to Buddy Nichols and Jill Schreiber, because they've been absolutely incredible at maneuvering this funding and facilitating this new legislative ability for Department of Ag to support food hubs. I'm very excited in the perspective of having this support, and I just wanted to mahalo all the work that's being done in the back. And the state has done an incredible job on this one, so mahalo nui.
Thank you, Yoshi, very much so. Anyone else from the public?
We do. We have Clara.
Hi, Clara, you're being recognized.
Clara, okay, you can unmute if you wish to speak.
Clara, you're on mute.
Clara, you seem to be on mute.
You have to unmute yourself in order for us to hear you. Does she know?
No, she hasn't.
Oh,
she
so
hasn't.
you asked to unmute?
Yeah.
Clara, you've been asked to unmute and you're still on mute. Okay, maybe she has a.
Yeah, she might have technical.
Okay, I think we have technical issues. Because you have a phone.
Okay, with the tech, Clara, if you stay online, are we allowed to recognize her? And if she does unmute at some point?
I mean, it's something we'll take the action, so.
Okay, Clara, if we're gonna wait another few seconds, if you can unmute, we'll be happy to.
Well, because we want to play discussion,
Okay, so,
unless there's any other person.
okay, no other public testimony.
Oh, wait.
Someone just raised it.
Hunter. Recognizing Hunter.
Aloha, Chair, members of the board. Hunter Hevelin here on behalf of Hawaii Farmers Union. We just want to speak in support of this motion. We had lobbied to include food hubs, in particularly this loan class, and are excited about the prospect of seeing state funds go to support the expansion of food aggregators, processors supporting their local communities. So mahalo for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Hunter. Yes, it was a successful loan package. Thank you for that. Moving on to board discussion.
Okay, we're sure Clara's not on.
No.
No, she hasn't unmuted. I would say just go on.
Okay.
Okay, Jimmy.
Yes, this is for the applicant. In the livestock operation, what kind of processing are you offering to do? You know, like for cattle, for the hogs, for the chicken, what kind of chickens, what kind of processing are you're gonna do? Custom processing.
I believe you asked for the applicant. Is Yosh still online?
Let me see. There you are.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Yoshi.
So, yes, I think what we're planning to do, and we've been doing for the last couple of years, is custom exempt slaughter. So it doesn't require an inspector, and the client actually buys the live on the hoof. And we would like to take that for us to get our grant of inspection. So we're creating the space. We've been working with consultant for the last 2 years. We've reached out to the FDA to look at the food, the requirements for custom slaughter that we're using. And they were asking for making sure that the blood water would be captured, as well as being able to be screened in, because currently the trailer is a standalone trailer. We do have the refrigeration trailers. So we want to get to where we have a grant of inspection stamp, so the small live animals can be processed, because there's a complete lack of processing for small animals. And we would like to eventually engage with C.F.R. and be able to create a slaughter, a state slaughter inspection process, and maybe creating a pilot. This has really been just one conversation with the dean, but we really need to address a lot of this bottleneck of not being able to slaughter on island. On Kauai, we don't have an inspector right now. We have to fly them in from Honolulu. And you have to process so many animals in order to make that expense worth it. Small animals usually warrant not doing that. It's not really worth it for that. So it's been very challenging, and we want to resolve that on the North Shore. We're going to be focusing on the sheep and the pigs. Currently, we are getting the cows from Andrade, so they are slaughtered under the stamp. But we need to be able to bring our local production to the table to incentivize people to grow more animals, as well as beef up our menu. Does that answer your question?
Thank you. Thank you. I'll go after Ian. I have another question, but Ian, you can go.
Ian?
You sure? Can I finish up?
I could. This is for staff. In the submittal,
Yeah, go
total
ahead.
production, total protein production, 2.5-fold in yield. What is meant by that?
So I included the lamb, chicken, beef, and pork. And so that 2.5-fold is going to be lower than just if we observed it for just pork and or chicken production, because the lamb doesn't really climb up. But that is just total protein production.
All right, thank you for that. Appreciate that.
Jimmy, can we, are you done? Can we move on?
Yep, yep.
Thank you, Jimmy. Recognizing Ann?
Morning, members. I'm going to recuse myself from these two. I'm on the HIR investment committee. And our loan is contingent on approval by this board, so I would feel uncomfortable voting. I will say though that I feel supportive of this particular project. I'm pretty familiar with the loan docs and a bit about the operation as well. I will say a couple of things about this project is that Yoshi folks, they've achieved their growth organically, throughout the support of the community and without any marketing. They're in a high traffic area in terms of where they're positioned on the North Shore, and have not even tapped into the tourist market and some of the foot traffic and car traffic around that area. So the growth potential is there. Also say Yoshi's he's an interesting thinker as well, in terms of problem solving for his community, and he's had conversations with DHHL as well, working on turnkey farm projects where you can kind of set up a homestead with the chickens, pigs, plants, and produce, and then actually train folks to farm their own homestead for subsistence, which I think is a very interesting and innovative model. And so just a couple comments in support of this particular agenda item, although I won't be voting.
Thank you, Ann. Any other board discussion? Seeing, hearing none. Gonna call on Clara again. Clara, were you able to unmute yourself?
She had lowered her hand, so maybe she was having issues on her side.
Okay, thank you, Clara. We are going to call for the vote. Are there any objections and one recusal? Okay, because of the recusal, I think we need to do a roll call vote. So moving with the roll call vote, starting with Deputy Kanaka-Ole.
Aye.
Thank you, Dr. Grewal.
Aye.
Thank you, Mark Takimoto.
Aye.
Diane Lay.
Aye.
Nate Oswald.
Aye.
Thank you. And we have Ann has been recused. Jimmy Gomes.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. The measure is passed with one recusal. Thank you. Moving on to item 4A2, request for approval of one loan guarantee for Aina Ho'okupu Kilauea. May I have a motion to approve the request?
So move, Jimmy.
Thank you, Jimmy. And a second?
Second.
That was Nate?
Mark.
Mark, thank you, Mark. And presentation by staff.
All right, my next request is for a loan guarantee for AHK for their value added and market expansion that is located, of course, on the North Shore of Kauai and uses production from their leasehold farm. AHK was registered in 2014. The lead lender is Feed the Hunger Fund. Having a decade of developing food resilience and agricultural opportunities has developed the nonprofit into a vertically integrated farm and food manufacturer. For their own farm and local farmers, they have a community kitchen, retail sales in-store and online via Food Hub, aggregation and distribution. Their expansion of the value-added kitchen and store will increase margin, accessibility to the consumer, and market capacity. The term is for 7 years with a blended fixed interest rate of 5.5%. The proposed repayment is 3 months of no payment, followed by 4 months of interest-only payments, and then 77 months of principal and interest payments. Principal and interest, yeah, I said that right, until maturity. The loan is secured by a first position financing statement on an existing and new kitchen equipment. The reduced payment grace period is to allow AHK to finish the market expansion and complete the processing facility before principal and interest payments begin, which also matches the scaling of livestock production to best optimize their timeline. The proposed loan is the collaboration between 2 community development financial institutions and is conditional on the guarantee being provided from the State Ag Loan Division. The guarantee is required to offset the risk of loaning on kitchen collateral available. The proposed loan also includes a $60,000 credit enhancement sourced by Feed the Hunger Fund. The benefit for providing the guarantee to the state is that no state funds will be needed to be expended on this project, and the operation will be able to complete their expansion in a timely fashion. Staff recommends approval of the request based on the client's proven food aggregation ability, adequacy of collateral, community impact, historical, and projected cash flow. Thank you.
Thank you, Jillian. May I have, wait a minute, sorry. Does anyone from the public wish to give testimony? We have Yoshi.
You still have your hand up, I don't know.
Oh, I still have my hand, sorry. I did not necessarily wish to present, but the vertical integration and our ability to value add has made the farm successful and still alive today within the change of the granting that's happened. And we're happy to say that we forecasted to gross $1 million with the store this year. So it's an incredible achievement. Open 7 days a week, only 5 days a week, 7 hours a day, 5 days a week. So it's been received by the community, and it's 80% community members that come regularly 2-3 times a week to go shopping. And we have no waste in the process, or very little. So just wanted to mention that.
Thank you, Yoshi. Any other public testimony?
There are no
No
other.
other hands? Board discussion. Thank you, Ann.
One more time, I'll be recusing myself from this particular vote, but just a comment on the loan guarantee process. This really does allow community lenders as well as the organizations themselves to take more risk. And if we want to see the change in the agricultural system, we do need to start taking more risk. So certainly do appreciate the department considering these kinds of financial instruments.
Thank you, Ann. We agree there was an innovative package we presented last year at Pledge. Any other board discussion? Hearing, seeing none, calling for the roll call vote due to the recusal. Roll call vote starting with Deputy Kanaka Ole.
Aye.
Dr. Grewal
Aye.
and Mark Takimoto.
Aye.
Thank you. Dan Lay,
Aye.
Nate Oswald,
Aye.
and Young is recused. Jimmy?
Aye.
Here we go. Thank you. Chair votes aye. We have, the motion is passed with a unanimous with 1 recusal. Thank you. So moving on to item 4B1 from the Agricultural Resource Management Division. Request for approval to address the delinquent irrigation bills for the Molokai irrigation system. May I have a motion to approve the request?
So move, Jimmy.
Jimmy, thank you. And second?
Seconded. Oh,
That would be Dr. Grewal. Appreciate that. Presentation by staff.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board, Brian Cowell, Agricultural Resource Management Division. This is the request for approval to address delinquent irrigation bills for the Molokai irrigation system. The 2025 Hawaii legislative session prioritized the matter of outstanding delinquencies by farmers on the Molokai irrigation system, which is managed and operated by the Department of Agriculture and Biosecurity under Hawaii Revised Statute 167 and Hawaii Administrative Rules 4-157. To address this issue, the legislature appropriated funds to the department for irrigation-related expenses. At the start of fiscal year 2026, farmers on the MIS hold an outstanding balance of 1,580,000 and change. Pursuant to section 167-6A5 HRS, the board has the power to charge and collect water tolls, fees, and other charges. The department plans to proceed with steps to nullify balances of MIS irrigation accounts with delinquencies while also taking steps to avoid a recurrence of this scenario. The department will begin the process by sending correspondence to MIS account holders to inform them of the opportunity to adjust their existing balances. In order to receive this one-time adjustment, each user must submit a signed agreement and indicate whether they reaffirm their commitment to the system or request removal from the system. Users that accept the adjustment, offer and reaffirm their intent to use the system must also submit a new irrigation water application. Users that accept the adjustment offer and request removal from the system will have their MIS account closed and their meter removed. If any user does not accept the offer for adjustment, the department plans to turn off irrigation water, cancel the associated account to prevent delinquencies from accruing, removing the meter and forwarding such cases to the Department of the Attorney General for processing. In the event that future delinquencies occur, they will be addressed promptly. The department plans to turn off irrigation water, remove irrigation meters, and cancel irrigation accounts if delinquencies occur in the future. This plan was introduced to the MIS Water User Advisory Board at their meeting held on August 12, 2025. Comments and feedback from the board included questions about the implementation and steps to prevent reoccurrence. The department is requesting the board's approval to proceed and implement this plan. Recommendation is that the Board of Agriculture and Biosecurity, pursuant to section 167-6 HRS and 4-157-21-1 HAR, approve the department's action to initiate and complete the plan to nullify balances of Molokai irrigation system accounts that are delinquent as of October 31st, 2025.
Thank you, Brian. Does anyone from the public wish to give testimony?
Yes, we have Tara raising her hand.
Hi, Tara, you're being recognized.
Okay, aloha, Tara Rojas. I wasn't expecting to comment on this one, but as I kind of really quickly, did a search trying to understand this issue, because again, it has to do with Molokai. I don't know if this is a question and answer. I probably think I only have 2 minutes, but if the Molokai irrigation system was built specifically, to serve Hawaiian homesteaders, how will this affect families? Have you done this in the past, to actually cut off water? And, again, being that it's Molokai, if this is a new rule, and I think I was looking at, said raising it to like 53% or something, just my concern is for homesteaders and the people of Molokai who may be relying on this water to subsistence, live, and survive. So how does this affect? Mind you, I'm just coming into this conversation now, but if that can be kind of brought up while you're continuing discussion, mahalo.
Thank you, Tara. I'm going to say that the water rates went up from 50 cents to 52 cents per 1,000 gallons. The water in question is irrigation water, and to your point, it is for subsistence agriculture. It can be used for that. But you're not paying the charge of 52 cents now is not for the water. The charge is for the delivery of the water and the infrastructure and the staff that maintains the system. So that's, as I understand it, that is what the system is asking the users to pay for. The delinquencies have been accruing for quite some time. The users who have delinquencies are well aware of the delinquencies. They receive bills every month. So I preface that to say that this is not an arbitrary submittal, and I'm passing it on to staff for response. Oh,
There's more testimony.
same person?
No, I mean,
Oh.
there's a lot of people.
Oh, I could. Moving on to Lori Buchanan.
Unmute. Aloha and thank you, Laurie Buchanan from the island of Molokai. As the previous speaker noted, I wasn't aware really that this was on the agenda, but I have been to MIS meetings in the past. I know that our ongoing issue on Molokai is the upkeep of the system, which is in disrepair. And so I wanted to thank the legislature for thinking out of the box. And I'm not sure who is going to be affected by the nullification of and trying to bring people current. And I think the plan moving forward is a good one as long as the department offers support to those affected. I'm not sure how erroneous or simple or hard that the new water applications might be. So I would hope that the department will assist the MIS users. I only know of a handful of really large users that have been financially supporting the system. I also know that the monies that go into this go into the general account with the Department of Ag that helps to support other irrigation systems throughout the state. And so I think it's a good plan, and I like that everybody's going to be notified because I don't even know if I'm an MIS user through the Department of Hawaiian Homelands as a homesteader. So that would be my question too, is if the department is a bigger entity that is servicing other people through the MIS at all, how is the end user as a homesteader be affected? Thank you so much for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Lori.
See, up next we have Le Kalipi.
Lee Khalifi, please unmute.
Aloha. I just have a couple of questions and then I'll make some comments. I am a homesteader. My son is a farmer. And I know there's been issues about past delinquencies. I'm wondering if there was any kind of like public meeting for discussion of this plan. It seems fair just from hearing about it, but I'm a little surprised that I didn't know about this effort on the department's part. I have heard, and again, this is second, probably third-hand information, but my understanding is that there's been difficulties about having consistent advisory committee meetings on the system. And so I'm a little disturbed that there's not that much, it doesn't seem to be much discussion has been had on this matter before you folks are taking action. So I guess my question is, how much effort was there to make this more public so that there could be some input? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you for your testimony.
It was a question is, can I get a response? I'm just trying to understand whether there was a public meeting to make this, an opportunity for community to respond. And the reason why I'm saying that is that, we're a small community. We have concerns for one another. So if there was an opportunity to have a more public discussion about this, I think it would have been helpful for us as a community to, to try to support one another and have more discussion about solutions that's being proposed by the department.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask Brian if he has a response, and then we can move on to the board discussion.
There's no testimony.
Oh, I'm sorry. So we move on to testimony completely, and then we
have to finish testimony.
Okay, sorry about that. We will be moving on to testimony, and then we'll be able to address your question. Thank you.
So I think we're going to address the question and board discussion that you've asked, because we still have to go through testimony.
Did you hear that, Larry? Okay. We're going through the testimony and then address questions through board discussion. Okay.
Next, I'll call up Godfrey.
Aloha. You guys can hear me?
Yes.
Aloha, Godfrey Akaka Jr., Molokai, representing the Native Hawaiian Gathering Rights Association. I just want to say mahalo to everybody, all you guys, for this opportunity to testify. And I do want to acknowledge the blessing for the water that we were able to use for farming. It's a very important resource for us over here on Molokai, especially. One thing that I kind of get a hard time to wrap my head around is I know that it said that we're not paying for the water, we're paying for transmission. So if that's the case, to me, I believe that maybe we should just pay $30 a month, unlimited, and that to me would cover for transmission, and we're not paying for the water. But if we're paying per gallon, every 1,000 gallons, we paying for the water. But I just wanted to make that comment. Mahalo.
Thank you, Godfrey.
Next, we'd like to call up Walter.
Walter, you being recognized?
Aloha. I was to talk about this issue, but since it's the system was funded for Department of Hawaiian Homelands for the homesteaders, and it got turned over to DLNR, and then from DLNR it went to Department of Ag. So for us here on Molokai, our goal is to have that system be returned to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, which was the purpose of that system. So we're trying to convince the department to take over the system. It'd be better for all of us. I would really love to have had some kind of a meeting in the community so we could get some really good responses to all of you. So this is a surprise to many of us, this issue coming up right now. But I'm just saying that the importance of this issue to Hawaiian homesteaders is critical for our existence here on Molokai. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'll call up Clayton.
Clayton, you're being recognized.
I only one Molokai, but I gotta agree with Godfrey Akaka and Walter Reedy on this one. By the way, my name is Clayton Kubo Waimea Kauai. It poses like the chairperson said, yeah, they're not paying for the water, they're paying for transmission. But when you get the over 1,000 gallons kind of deal, wait a minute, then you're paying for 2,000, then you're paying for 3,000. It's like, come on. What is the public trust? And people need to understand that throughout the state of Hawaii. Mahalo nui. Aloha.
Thank you, Clayton.
That's all.
Anyone else from the public wish to give testimony? We do have someone in the room.
Yes. Aloha, my name is Kulani Nihipale. To me as well, this discussion needs to be carried on our island. Alo face to face. In my situation, I'm a homesteader, I'm a farmer, and I've been asking for ag water for 11 years. And the ag water is on both sides of my property, but nobody seems to respond with putting that infrastructure. Right now, I'm paying for domestic water rates to farm. So it's not reflected also in the fact that the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act does not reflect the fact that the Hawaiians the beneficiaries need to pay for infrastructure. That is the kuleana of the state in the act itself. And although it's not reflected on the bill, because what we're getting billed for is water, and it doesn't say anything about infrastructure. So again, we need to have this discussion so that we can clarify these points, and make sure that the use of the MIS comes back to the Native Hawaiian peoples. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other testimony from the public?
We actually did have one more raised online. Kapua?
Kapoor, please move forward.
Aloha, o wau ka puakili I koa ka mai, no ka aina ho'opulapula ka awawao wai anai, o wahu mai au. You know, I have to agree with the previous testifiers. Oftentimes we say that we, the Kanaka, who have first rights to this vai, are not paying for the vai. We're paying for the transmission. Everybody is paying for the transmission. So what's the distinction between the Hawaiians, Kanaka, OEV, our rates, and non-Kanaka OEV rates? If we are not paying for the water, then we agree to pay for transmission. We agree, or let me speak for me. I agree to pay for maintenance of the transmission system. But if that water is free, especially when I am farming to feed my family, feed my community, as a commercial business, so that we can afford to continue to live here and not be displaced, we Kanaka o Iwi need to receive the water necessary and not be billed by the usage or the volume. That should be the distinction that this board needs to recognize, as well as the BWS. Mahalo for this opportunity to share. Aloha.
Thank you. Any other, we do have.
We do, I believe Lake Kalipi already testified on this one. Should I go, should I skip over them and go to iPhone?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to call up, yeah, on here your iPhone. If you could please state your name.
Aloha, my name is Hawaiiloa Maui. Homesteader here on Molokai. I just wanted to put on record that I agree with Uncle Walter that this should be brought up on a meeting here on Molokai, as because we're talking about an increase in rate. And also Godfrey makes a good point that if it's for using the system, that there should be a fixed rate instead of getting charged by the gallon for usage. But that's all. Thank you guys for you guys' time and for allowing us to testify. Aloha.
Thank you.
Like, if you come up again, you can. She's already spoken.
Lake Kalipi, your hand is raised.
Yeah, I just have one more comment. I guess I would ask the board to entertain the idea of deferring this so that there can be opportunity to have community get together with the Department of Ag. I feel like this might be an opportunity. And the reason I'm saying that is that there's been a history on our island of lack of trust with the Department of Ag, and some of that is the history of how that system was used and abused. And so I think now we're in a position where, and I'm speaking as an older person, but who has a son who's farming, this generation is really taking action to move towards food sovereignty, food sustainability. And so I'm hoping you folks will give us an opportunity to have that kind of discussion with the Department of Ag and more importantly, within our community. I do acknowledge that there's, the delinquencies, and I'm just hoping that given the context of how we want to be sustainable in terms of food sovereignty, not just on Molokai, but within the state, that we be given that opportunity. Mahalo.
Thank you, Lake Kalihi. iPhone, your hand is still raised. And we have, I'm sorry,
Yeah, Luann.
Luann? Recognizing Luann.
Hi, I just unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, aloha, Luann, Langford, Favorito, Ho'olehua Homesteaders Association. So I was just going to say what Auntie Barbara said and Uncle Walter. So we are asking for a deferment to allow us the opportunity to provide some comment. Reading the submittal, I did notice that it was something that the Ledge did this year, 2025. But what a surprise to us who live here that we didn't even know that. So give us the opportunity, please. Mahalo.
Thank you. Any other public testimony? Anyone in the room wish to give testimony? Okay, seeing, hearing none, moving to board discussion. Is there questions? Starting with Jimmy?
This is for Ryan. If we have a delinquency of 1.5 million and change, how long has this account's been delinquent?
So thank you for the question, Jimmy. I wanted to kind of do some quick clarifications on what this matter is about. If there has been any confusion as to the purpose of this matter, we apologize for it not being as clear as we thought it would be. We went through several revisions of this. The first thing I wanted to say is that this is not a rate increase at all. There's nothing in this regarding any kind of rate increase. In fact, it's actually kind of the total opposite. What we're doing is we're trying to address the delinquencies by essentially crediting all the delinquent accounts. So it's completely beneficial to the Molokai users and really, really beneficial to the homesteaders. We're not asking for you to pay a fee or anything. We're just asking you to essentially update the information that we currently have on file with you so that we know in the future how to communicate best with you all. Regarding the statement about having an on-island discussion, the August 12th meeting was actually on Molokai or Molokai with the advisory board. It was publicly agended and whatnot. There was discussion on it. And it was after that MIS board meeting that we brought it to the Board of Agriculture. So again, I just wanted to make sure that the record is straight, that we're really doing a benefit to the MIS. There's no increase. We're not asking for anything. Essentially, all we're doing is asking the Board of Agriculture to allow us staff to move forward with the process of addressing the delinquencies. And that's really all we're asking to do. As far as Mr. Gomes' question about how long these delinquencies are or have been, it varies, obviously. And some of them are very, very old, probably 20 years or more. It's just because of the way that the system was set up. And we're really just trying to come in and address and rectify some longstanding issues that we've had, quite honestly, we've had problems with in the past because we didn't have a way to move forward. And the mention regarding the legislature is they provided a path forward this year by appropriating funding to address this issue. So that's the legislative involvement is really they created the ability for us to provide this delinquency issue to address it anyway. Without their appropriation, we would not be able to do this. So again, that's really all it is that we're asking the board is to allow us to move forward with addressing this. And we're not asking anyone to pay anything or really do anything other than fill out the new form, which there's no cost to, so that we can update information. And that's all there is to it. And we did have a meeting on Molokai on August 12th.
So Brian, when you're saying that, you have some accounts that's over 20 years, but we really haven't addressed it, will it be after so-called the leases or the people on this system, majority it seems it's Native Hawaiians, they won't be penalized to a point where they fill up this form, you know who they are, but once the form is in, then you go back and retrofit and says, okay, now you're in default. Now we're going to either put up or you're down the road. I don't think we need to do this, but I want to know what you're saying. There won't be in any defaults of the people who are in arrears right now.
The simplest answer to your question is there will not be any impact to people who are in arrears currently. There will be zero ramifications if they provide us the updated information. If unfortunately there's a scenario where we are unable to contact them, then their accounts will be sent to the AG's office, because that's the only path we have forward. And just to be completely transparent, we are going to make a very, very concerted effort to contact everyone on the system, including home visits. So, we're setting out a plan to have personnel on site to help answer any questions they might have with the form. And again, this only applies to current users of the Molokai irrigation system. So we have a meeting set up for that. And then again, as the process moves forward, our staff will be asked and have been asked to do visits to each farm that hasn't responded in an attempt to get everyone on board with this so that we can move forward.
Okay. And are you aware of any time in your tenure that the water that DHHL would like the water to go back to them rather than a state agency, Department of Ag, would have control over, rather than DHHL as Walter stipulated in the statutes? Are we aware that this is a topic that is ongoing and would like to be transferred back to DHHL rather than where it is now?
Yeah, there have been multiple opportunities and discussions regarding that over the years. The latest one was just last year, if I recall correctly, but it's been a topic for discussion probably over at least the last 2 or 3 administrations. So the department is very willing to have these discussions and whatever it entails. But
Brian, I hear you. I think in all fairness too, there's some of the testifiers here, and I'm sure there's a lot more from the island of Molokai. I think being foot on the ground or boots on the ground would be a good way to start a dialogue with the Molokai recipients of the water, and also the direction where we're going, and somehow draft an outline to see how we can be transparent to DHHL as well as to the Board of Ag and the biosecurity. That's my personal opinion, because there's a lot of farmers out there that, you know, they want to, like the one lady, you know, she is not a farmer anymore, but her son is. So it's succession. It's moving down the line, and we want to keep these people engaged in farming. You know, it's a food source, but how we can best help them as much as we can and not be a dictator. Yeah, that's just my,
Yeah. Thank you, Jimmy. The Department of Homelands is a critical partner in us moving forward with this plan. And we have been working with them very, very closely to get to, so that they are a partner with us in this. There is a representative of DHHL on the MIS board, and he has been very excellent to work with. So yeah, they're a key partner, and we've actually reached out to them to help us move this through. So yeah, no, we're definitely not doing this in a vacuum. And again, we have had people, we've had a meeting on Molokai, and we will continue to do so with in-person visits and help sessions.
Awesome, mahalo.
Thank you, Jim. Before we move on to Ann and Nate, I want to say that I myself have, to Brian's point, we have been working very closely with DHHL. They have in the past offered to take over the system. We're in discussion. Not only has it been DHHL, but it's been OHA and other community-minded groups that have tried to solve the issues we're facing today. And this is an attempt to no further kick the can down the road. This is an attempt to solve the delinquency problem and move forward in a fair and equal way, so that our staff and you and the Molokai homesteaders, whose system, you know, it's very important to both parties, they themselves don't have to receive bills month after month after month, you know, marked delinquent. Who wants to receive that? You know, so this is an attempt to just, let's find a solution that works for everyone, removes the people from the system that no longer want to be on the system, reinforce the relationship with those that want to be on the system, and get the accounting even, you know, let's move with a fresh slate. DHHL again and OHA both are interested in taking over the system in some way, shape, or form. They've toured it. Everyone's trying to be there. The problem has been with us for a long time. This is an attempt to try to find a way forward that's helpful to all parties and allows food to be grown on the system. Please don't look at this as anything other than moving forward with a clean slate. Okay, moving to N.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members of the public who was testifying. Water is a tough issue, and there's a lot of stuff that's kind of tied up in your folks' comments. So I think, you know, to boil it down to this particular motion, I know there's a request to defer, and you know, the way I'm listening to you folks, you know, there's a couple things, right? One is, you know, I do think, especially with 20-year delinquencies, that we got to get these cleared, and we got to get them cleared as soon as possible. You know, people's credit scores, you know, all kinds of stuff comes with having delinquencies on your record. And, you know, I would want to do that as soon as possible. I certainly do not want to get you guys stuck where you're waiting for the Board of Ag to set up a meeting on Molokai in 2 months, 3 months, 4 months down the line. You know, you kind get all us in the room, and all the people who are delinquent on the system remain delinquent. So, you know, it would be my preference to move this issue today. And then I think there's a second half of that, which is that, you know, Molokai, you guys have been neglected, right? In terms of putting together something that's going to take care of the needs, as Chair was saying, in kind of an equitable way. Now, I'm representing the public at large, but I'm a South Kona boy, and so I do feel for remote areas for sure. And I know that the Board of Ag has gone to different islands prior, definitely prior to my tenure, prior to COVID. I think the board and the department were a little more active, as many other boards were when kind of being face to face was the norm. There are a number of issues wrapped up in what the testimony has, the testimony folks have presented in terms of, how do we charge for water? I'm not sure the Board of Ag is really gonna solve that. And, but I do think that, from your guys' point, we can do a better job of listening. I think we can do a better job of letting you folks know what issues the Board of Ag is concerned with, what we have the authority to do, and what we can solve within this body, and then put together something with the right people in the room to get some of those other issues also at least heard as well. Water, this stuff is happening all over the state, and there are many systems in maybe suboptimal state. I'll put it that way. And then I'll also say, that I know the Department of Ag staff, they work hard as well. And if you're looking at the legalese, I'm still a person, looking at the legalese of what is in the submission. And it says that, okay, we're going to clear these delinquencies, and you fill out this form, and on the back end, if somebody does become delinquent, we're going to take them off the system. I mean, it can seem punitive, and I do want to iterate that's not our intent. We are people, and we are here to serve the public, and may not feel like it sometimes. And I'm hoping we can find a way to rectify that. And again, just to clarify my position, I do want to move the relief motion forward today, with the caveat that we can find some way to at least understand our role in addressing some of those other issues moving forward.
Thank you, Ed. Moving on to Nate Oswald.
Hey, everyone. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
So I'm going to kind of probably be all over the place with this. This is a really important topic. It's near and dear to me. I kind of want to just clarify a few things. The term nullify, that means zero out existing balances.
Correct.
That was a yes.
Okay.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So, is there a plan for dealing with people who have been paying, who might, I don't know, want compensation, or that being that there's people that have been paying for years and years and years, when they find out that people's bills are being forgiven, there might be some pushback on that?
It's definitely something that we've been aware of and that staff has discussed. There's no great answer to that. We're doing, because it doesn't end, right? If you were to say give a fixed amount of credit to people who had been paying a bill, then it understandably, right, it could never be enough, because their argument could be, hey, I've been paying for the whole time. You should, give me back my credit. I don't even think we can go back that far. That the records, I don't think they exist. It's a super sensitive subject, and I completely agree with you. We totally understand. The other issue is there isn't, for the appropriation that we got, there's not enough to do a appreciable recognition, so to speak, of people who have been delinquent, who have been current on their system. I understand that the department saying thank you for doing your part is very, very small. You know, it's really the only thing we can do is thank you for participating in the past. But unfortunately, we're not in a position to do a forward credit or reimbursement, I guess is a maybe a better way to put it, of people who are current on their system. And again, it's not something that we're taking lightly. We understand that there will always be a question of fairness. And you know, maybe it's something that can be discussed moving forward with, you know, the legislature, maybe potentially getting a different appropriation to address some kind of future offset or something like that. You know, that's definitely possible. But for the purposes of this appropriation and what we're asking to do with it right now, regretfully, we're not in a position to do that.
That's understandable. I think kind of why I'm bringing this up is, you know, this problem was created because the state didn't take action many, many years ago. From my understanding, and we're talking decades and decades ago, you know, when homestead users who actually are prioritized on the system, when they find out that non-homestead users were getting water bills forgiven, that kind of started the snowball. Well, they're thinking, well, hey, it's our water. If they're not paying, why are we paying? And then the can, like was mentioned earlier, the can was kicked 40, 50 years. So it's a problem that the state created. We didn't address. It wasn't addressed. I'm glad that we're doing something now. That's important. I just hope that by doing this, we also start talking about homesteaders who've been waiting for meters forever, 20, 30 years. There's been no new meters are being assigned. We had testimony today of a farmer who's paying a lot for water because he doesn't have ag water. These systems we've really got to focus on and pay attention to and start nurturing, because it's a little bit different here. It's maybe a little less commerce, a little more life and death. People are eating off the land, and when they can't afford the water bill to raise an animal or to grow some food, there's a significant impact here. So also when you're talking about moving forward, are you going to present a step-by-step plan to us before moving forward, or does this just kind of leave that door open to discretion?
This is, I think the answer to your question is yes. However, the submittal is somewhat intentionally vague because we're still trying to finalize the process. We're really close, but what we didn't want to happen was put in a bunch of detail that through comment, review, and whatnot locked us into a particular, I guess, direction that would slow this down. We are on a quite tight schedule to try and address these delinquencies and their balances before, I think it's the end of the fiscal year. Okay. So any delay could potentially push us beyond that, and that might create some accounting problems. I also wanted to address, you know, the issue about the past, and I completely recognize that the I think the department has, and this is prior to my time, believe it or not, because it sometimes feels like I've been here a while. But prior to my time, I think the department has had some missteps, and that has created some credibility issues. Again, all I can do right now is apologize for that, you know, being 20, 30 years later. But what we're trying to do is just address that through this submittal, and then move forward from there.
I understand. It's just a little counterintuitive because we're like, oh, you didn't pay your bill for 20 years. We're going to wipe it free. And then, but now we want you to pay. I mean, we're kind of saying like, you don't need to pay because we'll nullify it 20 years from now again. I just don't want that to happen again. I want it to be fair. I want it to be equitable to everybody. I totally agree. We talked earlier about we're not paying for the water, we're paying for access. But I mean, I'm an MIS user and I know I pay on how much water I use, and the rates are based off, you know, my allocations are based off how much water I use. Who owns the water?
The people of Hawaii.
That's what I was expecting to hear, and that's kind of what we all know. That's probably a bigger topic. But I'm glad that you mentioned that. I have tons of, I don't know, I kind of think that we should probably do a little better job of getting the public involved. I mean, people are busy, lives are busy, people they aren't on their computers 24/7. We probably should have, I agree with the end, we need to move forward, but before any actions are taken, we need to draw out like, what are the steps we're going to do before we actually implement? Is that fair?
What we can do is we can send a tentative schedule of actions to the board, the board members.
Yeah.
But we are looking again at quite a tight schedule, so we can probably get that to you within the next, what is today, 23rd?
23rd.
Within the next few days. But again, we are asking just for permission to keep on going. I want to say that I totally understand the issues of mistrust. And so it's difficult for me to ask you to trust the process. We are really trying to make things right. There's no gotchas in this that I am aware of. We've been working with the Deputy Attorney General's office or the Attorney General's office for months to make sure that there aren't any gotchas. Now, if there are, we will address them as openly as possible, but I'm not aware of any. This really is not a hold back some information to do any. No, this is truly a good faith effort on behalf of staff to fix things. I can't stress that anymore. Is we really are trying to fix this.
I think one more thing, and I know we have lots of stuff to go over, is just something to consider too, is you're talking about if they agree that they don't want the system to remove the meter. I mean, that's an expense, that's a charge. They may want to be added on later. I don't know if that's the right, it's a small detail. But removing the meter means going in there and taking staff, taking time to remove something. Maybe we can just leave it there. And if they don't want the system, you can turn it off or something, but they might want to be added on later, if that makes sense.
Yeah, we've had circumstances where we've done that, and generally what we've seen is, you know, quite possibly inadvertently, somebody just turns it on again. And what happens when somebody asks to be removed from the system is we don't send staff to actually read those meters. So it could be months or years before we become aware that the meter is active again. I hear you as far as expense goes. As far as the removal process, we have a way we're dealing with that. Again, it shouldn't be a cost to the users. And if they do wish to come on again, then there will be the standard application fee. But I believe in the case of homesteaders. Okay, yeah, okay, so I was thinking that maybe we didn't, but apparently there is the meter fee, but it's not, and while it is there is a fee, it's not like the Department of Water Supplies where it's, you know, $10, $15, $20,000. I believe, depending on the size of the meter, it's, you know, a few hundred to maybe a couple grand, just depending on the size of the meter. So it's still an issue, but, you know, we don't charge for water development fees or anything like that. It's literally the cost of the materials and parts and some staff time, and that's it.
Are we good, Nate? We're good. Okay, so moving on to N.
Sorry, just one last thing, Chair. You know, if Brian wants to send us pieces of a plan, or, you know, kind of
it will do.
Get us involved in the sausage making, that's fine. You know, I want to say I'm not close enough to it to really add anything that's gonna be helpful. But maybe we can do a non-action item on a later agenda.
Sure.
Good idea.
What's good? November?
I would probably say November might be a little too close,
okay,
because of what we're trying, of the schedule we're trying to implement. December would be better, but again, I don't know if the board meets in December. So the earliest potential to have a update would most likely be January.
Okay, can I request that, Chair?
Sure, of course, and there's not a guarantee that we won't have a meeting in December, but we can certainly shoot for January. Sounds good? Okay, so any other board discussion on the motion? Hearing, seeing none, calling for the vote. Are there any objections or refusals? Hearing none, the motion, in this case, we can go with the vote, with the existing. A unanimous vote, the motion is approved. Moving forward, thank you, Glenn. Moving forward to item 4B2. Okay, 4B2, request approval for the conversion of a revocable permit number S-7259 and S-7940 to a new general lease for Frank and Abigail Santos, TMK numbers 41-9-007, 005, 007, 028, 029, 030, and 046 on Hanapepe Island of Hawaii, Hawaii. May I have a motion to approve the request?
So move, Jimmy.
Thank you, Jimmy, and a second.
I'll say.
Okay, thank you. And presentation by staff.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. I'm Brandy Ayo, Property Manager with the Arm Division on the Big Island. I'm presenting this request for approval to convert revocable permit 7259 and 7940 to a new general lease for Frank and Abigail Santos on the island of Kauai. The Board of the Board of Land and Natural Resources approved the issuance of revocable permit 7259 to Frank and Abigail Santos effective May 1st, 2001 for plant nursery, caretaker residence, landscaping and pasture purposes. RP 7259 was transferred to the Department of Agriculture and Biosecurity by Governor's Executive Order number 4720 dated November 7th, 2024. The BLNR approved the issuance of revocable permit 7940 to Frank and Abigail Santos effective November 1st, 2021 for agricultural purposes. RP 7940 was transferred to the DAB by Executive Order number 4720 dated November 7th, 2024. Since obtaining the revocable permits, Mr. and Mrs. Santos have utilized the subject parcels to cultivate ornamental plants and plumeria trees. They are lessees in good standing. Mr. and Mrs. Santos are requesting approval to convert the 2 month-to-month revocable permits into one new 35-year non-agricultural park lands lease pursuant to the HRS and HAR. The conversion from month-to-month permit to a 35-year lease will provide Mr. and Mrs. Santos with the stability needed to continue and expand their current farming operation. In issuing the new converted lease, the requirements of the HAR states that the DAB shall require an appraisal of the parcel in accordance with the HAR, impose other lease terms, provisions, restrictions, and conditions as provided in this chapter, require the payment of annual lease rent by appraisal and a premium computed at 25% of the annual base rent for each year of the lease equal to the number of years a person occupied the land, but not to exceed 7 years, and require those qualifying under subsection A to meet the bona fide farmer criteria. An appraisal has been conducted pursuant to the HRI for the purpose of determining the fair market rental for the subject parcels. Upon the commencement of the lease, the annual base rental will be $18,140 for the initial lease term. Additionally, commensurate with administrative rules, the lessee will pay a premium equal to 25% of the annual base rental for the new lease period for a period of not to exceed 7 years from the commencement of the converted lease term. Further, the board and permittee mutually agree to cancel the existing RP 7259 and 7940, subject to the execution of the converted general lease documenting the effective date. Staff recommends that the Board of Agriculture and Biosecurity find that by allowing the conversion of revocable permit numbers 7259 and 7940 into one new long-term lease, the state would realize greater returns and reduce disruptions to the current ongoing farming operation, and is therefore in the public's interest. Approve the permittee's request to convert revocable permit 7259 and 7940 into one new non-ag park lands lease of not more than 35 years for its initial term, with rent reopenings at the expiration of the 15th and 25th year. Accept the fair market base rental rate of $18,140 per year and assess a premium computed at 25% of the annual base rent for each year of the lease equal to the number of years that the permittee occupied the land but not to exceed 7 years, and approve the mutual cancellation of revocable permit numbers 7259 and 7940, subject to the execution of the effective date of the new general lease. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy. Does anyone from the public wish to give testimony?
There are no hands raised at this time.
Hands. Board discussion? No board discussion? Hearing, seeing none. Calling for the vote. Are there any objections or recusals? Hearing, seeing none, the motion is unanimously approved. Thank you, Brandy.
Thank you.
Okay, so moving on to the item C, Plant Industry Division, Plant Quarantine Branch. Request for review and adoption of an interim rule pursuant to Hawaii Revised Statutes 158-9.5 to restrict the transportation of plants, soil, gravel, and other coconut rhinoceros beetle host material including decomposing plant materials such as compost, wood or tree chips, and mulch, plant propagation media, and other items comprised of decomposing organic plant material such as landscaping material or erosion control sops to the island of Molokai from any other area in the state to prevent the spread of CRB.
Good morning, Chair.
I think I have to,
Sorry.
yeah.
Yep,
May I have a motion to approve the request?
So move, Jimmy.
Yeah, thank you, Jimmy. And second, please?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ann. And presentation by staff, thank you.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. My name is Jonathan Ho. I am the Plant Quarantine Branch Manager. So yeah, real quick introduction, CRB has been in the state, for over a decade. And on July 29th, the Office of the Chairperson received a petition for Kunani and Iponihi Pali about implementing an interim rule pursuant to 159.5. And at that board meeting, the board directed the branch to go through the review process and bring it back to the board at its next meeting. In the petition that was provided, then he probably did provide draft language for an interim rule, which was included as Appendix A. Pages 5 and 6 of Appendix A. So on September 17th of this month, so that was last week Wednesday, the petition was presented to the Advisory Committee on Plants and Animals for a finding that the existing regulations were insufficient to prevent the spread of CRB to Molokai, which constituted an emergency. And at that meeting, there were, I'll go to it. I'll get to it when we get to that part. Sorry. Procedurally, in order to implement an interim rule, you need to have that finding by the advisory committee, and then it's going to be brought back before the board. Should the board approve it, it needs to be then the interim rule has to be published within 12 days of issuance. Statewide general circulation in a newspaper. The interim rule as proposed basically prohibits inter-island movement, buried plant, soil, gravel, CRB host materials such as mulch, compost, plant propagation media, and landscaping materials such as erosion control socks that are comprised of decaying plant material from any other area in the state to the island of Molokai. And there are very specific exemptions that are also listed. So on September 17th, 2025, there was a Zoom meeting, and the petition was presented to the Advisory Committee on Plants and Animals for its review and findings. During at the committee meeting, the branch had drafted basically two versions of the rule as Appendix C and D. Appendix C was designed to be very similar to existing restrictions as we have done them in the past. And then Appendix D was kind of formatted for some clarity as it relates to the standard that we use, but meeting all essential respects of the Nihi Pali petition. The Nihi Palis were not consulted for that Appendix D. But the branch believed that it met the intent, and the idea of it was to have two sets for the committee to review, and then to come up with some draft proposed language for the board to consider. Basically, at the committee meeting, all of the testimony that was presented was in support. I think there were 11 members of the public that testified either in person or virtually. And there were 43, I believe, or 44 testimonies in written support. And all have been included the written testimonies were included as attachment 1, and then a summary of each of the individuals' testimonies is presented in this portion of the submittal. Ultimately, what it boiled down to is the committee did find did have a finding that there was an emergency that constituted an interim rule, and that the language that was contained in the Nihipali's petition would be the version that would be brought before the board, and there was an ask to include a what do you call it? A severability clause to should any parts of the rule be found, unconstitutional. And there was some discussion specifically about the restrictions of gravel, as 159.5 states that, the movement of flora and fauna, which I think gravel would not be defined as being. Ultimately, there was a unanimous approval that unanimous finding of an emergency, and to include the severability clause. And so as a result of that, the branch took the Nihipali petition and basically formatted it to the existing standard, and added a severability clause. So that was Appendix E. And there is a little bit of inconsistency, I think, as it relates to, which we tried to seek to address in Appendix D. But ultimately, the specific items that are proposed for regulation, when you look at the title versus the language that is found on page 2, right? You have like landscaping material and things like that. So I think we're looking for very specific clarifications to those things. We're looking for some equity as it relates to like gravel, for example. We don't see any fundamental difference between rock, coral, or sand as it relates to CRB in of itself, breeding CRB in of itself. There's no question that should those materials be mixed with organic material, CRB can breed in it. And, obviously the exception is only for the materials themselves, not being mixed with any amount of compost, green waste, whatever. I did reach out to Dr. Melzer from the university, who's been doing a lot of work with CRB. He did not test rock or gravel specifically for overposition for CRB, although they did test sand. CRB did not overposit in sand, but they would overposit as soon as you started adding green waste material into it. And he didn't feel that rock or gravel would be a host in of itself. And I think I just want to make it clear, we're not looking to try to have gravel be mixed with anything, gravel in of itself. And then there was, again, the discussion about whether it's covered under the authority that's contained within the interim rule. Yeah, then again, there was that one word, page 1, line 15, about quarantine versus prohibition, I think just for clarity. And then the idea of, I think the intent of the commercially bagged material that is staged or stored. And I think we just need to clarify, intent, right? I think the idea of potentially imported goods need to be stored on Oahu before they get staged. Yeah, even if before they get shipped to Molokai, even if it's in a sealed container. And I don't know if the intent is for stuff that has entered into the state on Oahu. It's being stored outdoors, which would then obviously subjected to CRB infestation, which could then move with CRB. And we agree that needs to be regulated, and the existing regulations do manage that. But if stuff that has been imported and maintains in an area that cannot be, like in a building, for example, it's not going to get CRB in it, right? So we don't believe that the regulation should cover that. And then just a little bit of clarification about cuttings, plant cuttings. Cuttings essentially, right, they're unrooted. And they generally don't have foliage, and essentially serve no difference as it relates to cut flowers and foliage, which are exempted. So we're just looking to make sure that there's parity amongst all of those goods. And then just some language about person versus the person's, company's, organizations for consistency. And I think realistically, to the extent of what needs to be done, it is inferred that person covers both. So I think whether the board wants to do that or not, I don't think it's going to affect the ability for the rule to be effectuated. And then on page 3, line 63 to 66, we included a severability clause that is, for all intents and purposes, the one that's found in chapter 4-72 HAR, and we just included it to cover the interim rule. Ultimately, I think just needs to be reiterated. I think the idea of the very precedent-setting nature of this rule with regards to movement of, or the prohibition of movement of goods, even if there are effective disinfestation treatments, and obviously preventing the movement of commodities from areas that aren't known to be infested before they're infested. But we understand, again, the unique situation of Molokai and as it relates to all of that. Basically, based on the finding of an emergency and unanimous recommendation of the Niipali's proposed interim rule by the Advisory Committee on Plants and Animals, the strong support by the general public, elected officials, and the Molokai community at both the prior board's meeting in July and the committee meeting that occurred last week, Wednesday, and testimony from the Molokai community that there would really be no negative harm. We're recommending approval of Appendix E with the proposed changes in Section 4 of the submittal. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Does anyone from the public wish to give testimony?
We have a couple here.
I'm going to call on the room first.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Almost.
We'll kind of go room. Virtual room.
Perfect.
Aloha again. My name is Kunani Ipali, and my wife Iponi Ipali. We're here to testify again on this important matter. But first, we want to acknowledge Kia kua, Na'a Makua, Na Kupuna for their acceptance of our pule and their guidance through these challenging times. Secondly, we'd like to acknowledge all those 1,500 plus who have written testimony, who have given oral testimony, over 140, and everyone who gave personal and community support for our petition as presented throughout Kapai'aina o Hawaii. And next, we'd like to mahalo the Department of Ag and Biosecurity Board and the PNA, the Plant and Animal Advisory Committee, who both supported our petition as written, as submitted. Having said that, just yesterday I received an 11-hour Appendix E. That'll take more than 2 minutes that I'm allowed to rebut. I believe we stated enough for you to support our petition as written. We believe what we have proposed is reasonable to protect Molokai residents, flora and fauna from a very serious pilikia. This pilikia is not only a Molokai issue, but a pilikia that this state has failed to abate for the last 12 years. The CRB is an emergency for this whole state, not just Molokai. With the present rules that's in place, the CRB is still rampantly spreading. I will reiterate that we need the resources to help us combat this situation. question in this appendix that I had looked at only recently is why would we need gravel when we have a quarry on Molokai? Can it be guaranteed that no CRB will be in that imported gravel that you continue to promote? The only compromise would be to accept a written testimony by Stephanie Isley, who is someone that I can trust with having gone through this Appendix E, because I'm, as I said, a lay person, okay? But we gotta include the objections to the gravel issue. Otherwise, Olo, please continue the support that we have stated verbally, written, and agreed upon unanimously by the Department of Biosecurity and the Plant and Animal Committee on our original petition. We have asked passionately and humbly. There's too much confusion with the semantics. Every day that goes by, risks is becoming a reality. Molokai has everything to lose if you fail again. Your Appendix E scenarios are, to me, unacceptable. The changes, and we're representing those kupuna that we have called on in our prayers to be with us so that we can come to this table and speak in their behalf and those that are not here being able to. This is our second time coming in from Molokai and online as well. But for us in Hawaii, ika olelo no ke ola, ika olelo no ke make. The words is the power of life. We have given our word. You have given your word. So let's keep that word and make sure that we can resolve this issue, because every day, like I said, that goes by is detrimental to our island. So mahalo. You want to say something? You.
This is devastating. We know friends from right around the island, and we've gotten reports from our best friends. The Rapoons that live in Waihole, my good friend Laurie Rapoon, she's devastated. She says it's like a Holocaust, it's like an apocalypse. It's so bad. Their trees are getting killed. I mean, not just the new. And she's telling her husband, oh, please, we gotta cut these down and we gotta burn it, because they're living all the way down to the root. We see Kala Farms, we see Eric, we see how disappointed and away for him, because these plants are grown from the very beginning when they started the farms. A lot of these trees, you have to come to realize, are grown for our kupuna from way back. They tell the stories. And we're trying to teach the kids from today how important it is to, when they grow and when new, that learn the stories, not just go pick the fruit from the ground, but the uses and all of that matters. It matters. It's so away. I look at Oahu and I away to see all the trees are dying. They're mucky. There's nothing that can be done. Then we see the tape that's been done on in Heia, the marking of your department poisoning the trees now. Now, how many families went and gathered from those trees? Now they cannot. That was their food source. So Kalomai, we are really emotional about this. I hope you can all become heartfelt with this, what's going on. It's not just the new, it's our beautiful food source, our stability. So we continue, continue the journey as long as we're here. And we don't have that much time. We're in our late 70s, so we're hanging in there. Walter Reedy, all of us on Molokai, we're hanging in there and trying to do the best we can to teach the next generations to come. Mahalo, mahalo to all of you. Aloha, and to all your families. Aloha. Thank you.
From online, I'm going to call up Tara.
Tara,
Aloha, Tara, aloha.
thank you for your patience, by the way.
Oh, yeah, no worries. Mahalo nui for considering. Okay, so for CRB, we all know we have like hundreds of pages of testimony. It's over a decade. You basically all know what you need to do The community overall has supported this, does support this, and the island of Molokai are letting you know what the island needs. Subsistence is all you need to know with that word itself. Subsistence. New, just like with the Vai issue, if you look on page 9 in the materials submitted, the Nihipali testimony, town hall is key. These state type of procedures and protocol and bylaws are not made for the community. It's made for the people, who are sitting around the table making decisions. 2 minutes, no, it needs to be a town hall, needs to be a back and forth. So why am I saying this? Because on page C9, it says, Nihipali said he would like to be in the company of those that he relied on for a lot of information and said that we all had the answers needed in his written testimony that was submitted. Again, town hall is key, is vital and essential. And I'm just gonna end with this because I know what needs to be done. It's been said actually, already with Mr. Nihipali. Someday you get bogged down in just the procedures, but again, just one thing. Do you all remember word for word exactly what was said in the August 26th meeting? No, right? But you look at the submittal, you have like 125 pages from even like some of the summary of the September 17 meeting. There's a lot of things that go on. Life happens. All you need to do is really go back into every single meeting, which nobody ever does. No committee ever really does other than prove the minutes. But if you read the minutes, it has everything you need to know. So I'm just going to say this. Why? Because what meeting you just had yesterday, you don't remember word for word. You just vaguely what's in your mind. And that's how we just continue on this trajectory, which is look at the result. All islands infected with the exception of Molokai. So there has to be a stop in the process, has to be a change in the system. Instead of 2 minutes, have town halls. And especially for all things Molokai, be in Molokai. And not just select group of people, the community of Molokai. And again, you say that, yeah, we advertise, but again, unless you're keeping up with BAB meetings, I had a heck of a time trying to find the plant and animals meeting on September 17. I had to call and we were on for like more than like 10 minutes and I went to like 2, 3, 4 different people to find it on the website, to find the recording. That's still not up there yet. So again, the whole thing about process in this, it is the fake state of Hawaii, because if you can acknowledge the past, the wrongdoing, you can acknowledge the true history and jurisdiction, that it's not meant for the benefit of Kanaka. And thus, we must do everything we can to especially protect Molokai. New, Vai, everything. So don't cut off their water. Even after the delinquency, all that kind of stuff, do not cut off the water. Protect the water in the new. Protect new and protect Molokai and protect Kanaka. Mahalo.
Thank you, Tara. Anyone in the room wish to give testimony? Wait. No?
We let the Kupuna go first.
Yeah. So that would be you, Polly, am I guessing?
Yes.
Thank you for calling me before.
I'm just guessing.
Aloha, I'm Pauline Santo. And I am testifying as an individual and part-time resident of Molokai, though Oahu is my birth home. I would like to first of all thank everyone here for participating in the democratic process. And I know it's been very challenging and difficult, particularly for the department. And Jonathan, I know you've worked so hard on this in such critical times. So I really appreciate that. The community has come together to support the petition provided by Anake Ipo and Anakala Kunani for this emergency interim rule to restrict the movement of CRB host material to the island of Molokai. And I am very happy that we've come this far. Appreciate all the testimony, including the now 1,530 signatures on the petition. So it's nearly doubled since we last talked in last month. I did get to see the written testimony provided by CGAPS, the Coordinating Group on Alien Pest Species, which are very thorough, and their comments, including on Appendix E, I would fully support. So I think we've come far. I would support the, as I mentioned, Appendix E with the amendments or revisions that the CGAPS group has provided to this group and to the board. And just hope that we are able to pass this today to prevent, we know it's not 100% guarantee, but by passing this, we will definitely reduce the risk of CRB coming to the island of Molokai. And we know we have a lot of work still to do to prevent mass importation of things before the rules take in effect if it is passed. So we look forward to working with the department on that outreach and to protect the community and the island of Molokai. Mahalo.
Thank you.
Next from online, we're gonna go back and forth between online and, I'll call up Lori Buchanan.
Lori, you're on.
Aloha, Honorable Chair Hurd and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. A special mahalo to the Nihipalis who have to travel afar, and I'm online today. It is very costly for them to travel. And so I really appreciate them going to testify in person. But thank you again, considering, and mahalo to Jonathan. I tried to be very thorough, and I did move to seek counsel in all of the updating of the website and materials. I do want to speak to Appendix E today, which is the latest version that was submitted by the department. And I also went in and I reviewed testimony, the testimony from the Coordinating Group of Alien Pest Species. I hope all of the board members had a chance to look at it. If you hadn't had a chance to look at it, please try to find it. In here, it says attachment 1 to the modified Appendix E. It is a moving compromise. I went through A, B, C, D, and now E. I've read all of the comments. I read all of the comments from the department, and I think that this version of amendments offered by the Coordinating Group of Alien Pest Species in their attachment 1 to the modified Appendix E is reasonable if it is adopted in its entirety as presented, with no modifications by the department. If that cannot be done, then I'll go back to supporting Appendix A, which was the original intent by the Nihipalis, and the most restrictive to getting it to Molokai. As far as the gravel, you will see in the CGAP's attachment to Appendix E that it is all spelled out. And I think that is the best version, and it should be adopted in its entirety as written. Thank you again very much for this opportunity to testify. And if have to, I'll be here for questions. Mahalo.
Thank you, Lori. Moving to testimony from within the room.
Good morning. My name Good morning. My name is Klaus Redke from Waimanalo. I have a PhD in Wildland Resource Sciences, retired. And I may be in my mid-80s, so forgive me if I forget a little bit. But basically, I put my boots on the ground and walked the area for many, many weeks, having lost coconut trees and worrying about banana trees in our area. But basically, before I start, I gave you the testimony 2 days ago, but the attachment have not been made public, and the attachment are important because it document secondary infections of coconut beetles. So I will provide this for you again.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Mm. We have the first one, but the attachment, we are not part of it, but just to let you know, there are 2 attachments, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. And I want to make clear that we are supporting the applicants because DAB nor its cooperating agencies were able to control the spread of the coconut beetle in Hawaii. And our written testimony documented that the spread of the beetles have largely become impossible to control because many state ag lease properties, including DHLL properties, are breeding grounds for years. For example, in Waimanalo, thousands of beetles are still taking flight every month from state ag lands located in the heart of the nursery districts and other areas and are spreading throughout town so that every mulch pile has become potential breeding ground, unstoppable. Furthermore, official unlighted coconut beetle traps do not control the spread of beetles as many of us had believed. If they do catch a beetle or 2, it is often already a larger breeding ground site in the area, but it does not give a measure of its size and location. A UV net trap system does this and catches more coconut beetles quickly. And this is a problem. These are the 2 big problems: uncontrolled breeding grounds and not properly testifying where the breeding grounds are. And we have given DAB a summary of breeding grounds in Waimanalo. And of course, they have not been acted upon yet because DAB cannot really go on agricultural sites and put their foot down. And that's so we have to change how we are doing business in Hawaii. Otherwise, I don't see how we can stop the control for the area. So if DAB, even with the assistance of cooperative agency, does not have the legal authority to assure that the state ag lease properties are so managed as not to endanger the health and safety of communities, the laws have to be changed. And we all have to work together to change the law so we have more authority to do things, which I don't think is possible now. Local communities have been asked to come together to help control the expansion of the beetles. However, this cannot be done without the help of the state in its ag lease lands and will require sacrifices by everyone, including myself. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. I just want to show you there are hundreds of beetles and one little 5-foot net here, and that's what we can do. And I think everybody knows this, at least exists for years. And the point is, we have to do it in the nurseries because we have to reduce the beetle count because they're so intensive coming at us every day. And when we sit there and the beetles come in your hair, you can pull them out of here because the beetles attach to yourself right away. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next from online, I'll call Stephanie.
Stephanie, you're on.
Hello. Aloha, Chair Hurd and members of the board. My name is Stephanie Easley with CGAPS. thank you for the opportunity to testify and for all your work and the work of the plant quarantine branch to move the Molokai interim rules so quickly. I would like to also deeply thank Mr. Ni'ipali for his trust in her work. I hope that one day I have the opportunity to speak with or meet the petitioners. Hopefully you have read our written testimony that describes our support for the petitioner's interim rule. In that testimony, we set out our responses to the issues raised by PQB in the board submittal. We also include an attachment 1. That attachment 1 this is all confusing, but I'm trying, is the text of Appendix E, which is basically the Ni'ipali's petition, but we proposed some changes, some of which were suggested by PQB in the board submittal, and some were changes that we proposed. I apologize, I didn't include a key along with that. It should have said at the top. Material that we're suggesting to be added is blue and underlined. Material we're suggesting that be deleted is red and underscored. I'm sorry if that caused any confusion. Hopefully, our intent is to provide the most protection for Molokai that is allowed by the law, which in this case is 105A 9.5. We addressed the issue of gravel in our testimony and tried to make a compromise in attachment A that I think that would be permitted under the law. I don't have time to explain it all in my 2 minutes. We recognize the proposed interim rule is a departure. We believe a new approach is totally reasonable at this time as CRB continues to spread. And if we continue what we have been doing, it is likely only a matter of time before CRB spreads to Molokai. We hope an interim rule for Molokai will mark a new approach to containment and a new approach to enforcement. And we hope the board will adopt the interim rule as set out in attachment 1. We also hope the board will consider stating the reasons you find any interim rule you decide to adopt reasonable. That rounds out the administrative record for anyone looking at this issue in the future. And finally, we hope that in addition to the Molokai interim rule, the board will urge the department to try to work with the Office of the Governor to seek an emergency proclamation to address CRB across the state. We believe CRB is a statewide emergency, and there are many things and new actions that could be carried out on each island, even Oahu, to control, prevent, or eradicate CRB. I'm available for any questions you have regarding our written or oral testimony. Mahalo.
Thank you, Stephanie. Moving to testifiers within the group.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board.
Good morning.
Wayne Tanaka with the Sarah Club of Hawaii. We're in strong support of the interim rule as submitted by petitioners Kala Punani and Anake Ipo Nipali. I'll say this, this is an emergency, right? It's uncontested that this is an emergency, and that means it's critical that this temporary intervention is both comprehensive and enforceable. And unfortunately, for whatever reason, I feel like, we've been continually seeing counter proposals from the plant quarantine branch that undermine all of those objectives, right? And even the discussion with gravel. I mean, like if it's a potential host material of the movement of fauna, then arguably it could be, considered within authority of the board to control. That being said, the severability clause that was mentioned earlier would easily provide some level of legal insulation if that's something that the board's worried about. I'd also, we want to, my understanding is things like erosion control socks and things like that don't have any other inspection process. I don't think there's any full-time CRB person for Maui County, and so like when you think about enforceability, you want things to be pretty clear and straightforward and simple, right? And I would, and I hope you consider that as an essential part of addressing this emergency. And so, I would strongly recommend going with the petition as submitted, or alternatively with the CGAP's proposal amendments to Appendix E. Although again, I think gravel is a pretty important thing too that we want to also be able to control. Happy to answer any questions, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Wayne. You do bring up an interesting point about enforceability with draft. Moving on to Lake Kalihi?
Yeah.
Lake Kalihi, you're on.
Aloha, board members and staff. I keep forgetting to introduce myself, but I am Barbara Lei Kalihi. I submitted written testimony. Just have a few things I want to highlight. First, I'm really glad that the committee is recommending some kind of action that seems like it would be super helpful to us on Molokai. I realize that it could be a really strong first line of defense, but defense is only as good as you put the resources to it. So I'm really not sure exactly how you put, if you pass it, how it gets put into action, but I believe it's going to require some monitoring by personnel. And so I'm hoping that that this will get passed and that there will be some resources put to it. But also, I guess I want to also comment that, you know, we have a community that really cares, and I'm talking island-wide, and I'm hoping that there's a way that we can actually, as a community, participate with concrete actions on our part to really monitor and do whatever we can. You know, people, we have this Molokai happening, so when things are happening, people jump on that social media and communicate. So just want to make sure that folks know that we have a strong Hawaii Farmers Union chapter. We have strong homestead associations. We have a nonprofit, Sustainable Molokai, that works with our farmers to sell produce to our mobile market. We have a strong UH extension office. So I really am hoping that somehow community can get involved in whatever way. And I'm just offering this as a matter of information. The other thing is, you know, there's been expertise testifying. There seems to be some tweaking that's being suggested. I'm not somebody who can understand that, but I'm hoping that you folks can look at it and come up with the strongest possible support for our community. And the last thing is one of those experts I know is the CGAPs, and I don't think everybody knows what it stands for, but I think it's Coordinating Group for Alien Pest Species. And that seems to be a group that, you know, that would be well worth listening to, but also other testimony by folks who have expertise. And the last thing I want to say is a really big mahalo to not just the board, but to your staff, and not just on this one, but on the agenda on the MIS earlier. Really feel like your staff is sincere in trying to do their best. It kind of comes through for me. So mahalo plenty. Aloha.
Thank you. Moving on to those in the room wishing to give testimony.
I need to grab some right now.
To those online, the gentleman is gathering his material and approaching the desk.
Yeah, thank you. Aloha, my name is Indrajit Gunasekara. I'm a co-founder of New Now, a grassroots movement that's working on the coconut in Hawaii. And I'm here to strongly support the Appendix E or the Appendix A. And I know it's a gravel is one of the concerns that came up on the Appendix A. Here's the thing, yeah? We got to be aware of, it is not the material itself. Anything, any large quantities of earth material that moving from an area that heavily infested by CRB to Molokai will create a threat, will create a danger. If we looked around Pacific and other places, what happened? Some places it's not even with the material, any earth material that CRB were going through. They were going to the light or any kind of source that were large quantities of material transforming from a heavily infested area to another area. Please, just not look at the rule books for this. Take this as an opportunity. We have an opportunity in right front of our eyes to protect this place for transforming CRB. I mean, in the statewide, we didn't go through 1, 2, 3 and the sequence order. We went to the last thing to inject the trees with the chemical. That's the last resource. When everything else failed or absence of every other opportunity, every other strategy. And here we have a strategy to protect this place, protect this germplasm, protect this coconut varieties. I mean, when we talk about the Molokai, that's one of the oldest places, has the new, one of the oldest varieties of Hawaiian new that still live in, still that royal legacy is alive. And if you look at the history, there have always been the protocol on new, how the new is planted, how the new is protected. And I like to show some visual material to our audience before I go. Yeah. If you look at the smallest new we found, it's like this size and the big. In between there, hundreds of different varieties that have the ancient days function-based growths and the function-based varieties. Before I go, I would like to show this one, because what are we protecting? The question is that these are the ones we are protecting. These are some of the varieties we are looking at, especially New Hiwa, one of the varieties that Molokai is known for and being found. These were royally protected and respected varieties. And again, this is the opportunity. This is the opportunity for the Department of Ag to take action and to protect this valuable resource, the tree of life of ours. Mahalo. Mahalo for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. It is evident that the Molokai community has many groups that have strong feelings, and we would ask for their support in enforcement with the self-policing piece, because gravel is I'm thinking of ways that we can enforce because of the uses for gravel. So with all the community support, maybe we have to reach out for self-policing. You know, just don't order it, don't bring it in. As you said, Nipali, Mr. Nipali, you have a quarry. You know, maybe put something in the paper that says, if you need gravel, call this number, something. It's gonna be a tough one. So many uses for gravel, the construction, airports, public spaces, roads, it's gonna be tough. So, thank you for that testimony. Visual aids is always helpful. I'm gonna ask one more thing. If you can tell people where they can get that, is your information posted? Where can they get copies of your, or view copies of your audio visual?
We will put some on our website soon. They are not
Your
available to
website
public yet.
address is
It's new now.
new now.
Yes,
Okay,
new now
Thank you.
under Honma Society.
Thank you. Moving on to online.
I'm gonna call it Godfrey.
Hi, Godfrey.
Aloha, you guys can hear me?
Yes.
Aloha, Godfrey Akaka Jr., Molokai Native Hawaiian Gathering Rights Association, also Ho'olehua homesteader and farmer. I support Kunani's petition 100% without the amendments. Mahalo Kunani for doing what you're doing. You know, if not, we wouldn't be having this discussion right now. And mahalo to all of you guys allowing us to share our mana'o on this important matter. I believe that, again, we know it's an emergency. I think if it was limited only to Oahu, then we may consider other less restrictions. But right now, Molokai, we're the piko of Hawaii, yeah? And we're the last frontier. In other words, so far that we know of, we don't have CRB. So in order to protect it, we got to put on all these heavy restrictions. I know, and I'm confident that Molokai is and can be sustainable in regards to gravel or whatever it is that is trying to be cut out from these restrictions. But we support the most restrictive requests. And the other thing I want to add too is, it was the military that brought this stuff in. And human error, I support our military, the United States military. However, accountability, the state, I'm asking you guys, Department of Ag, we need to hold the military accountable for this. They need to at least assist with the cleanup. And I don't know if there has been at all or any discussion related to that, to having the federal government and the military assist with the cleanup of this and mitigation of this emergency. So mahalo for the opportunity to share for what you guys doing. And again, Kunani, mahalo, you and your wife, and Auntie Laurie, and everybody who supporting this. Aloha.
Thank you, Godfrey. Moving into the testifiers that are in the room with us today. Looks like it's still good morning.
Aloha kako, good morning. My name is Daniel Anthony. I'm here on my own behalf today. I apologize in advance. I don't mean to offend anyone. I am here in full support of the measure brought before by Uncle Kunani with no amendments. I want to say that I've personally been trying to work with the DOA for the last 3 years, fighting the coconut rhinoceros beetle. And that I believe first and foremostly that the state of Hawaii is in violation of the Constitution in regards to the subsistence use of coconuts and how they've managed coconuts since 1959. Secondly, I want to say I believe that upon investigation, we'll find the Department of Ag is in violation of federal law under the Section 18 exemption to poison coconut trees. I will also say that the community has not had the opportunity to truly be able to support and participate in these measures. That this, in regards to coconut rhinoceros beetle, has been reward for failure. They continue to fund and employ those people that have failed our community, not looking at the true impact and cost that this is going to have to us. Now, I would say that this is not the time or place to talk about those things, but I would voice that this board needs to listen to the community. This is not a request from a corporation. This is a request from the community directly. Please hear them and know that this emergency has the opportunity to impact them in ways that, as a small farmer, you guys, CRB is finally in my community. I am one of the last communities to be impacted by this. And I can tell you that my children and their children and all of our children are going to be impacted by the lack of action from this board, from the Department of Agriculture. And I implore you folks to really dig deep and figure out how you are going to help the community to fight this, because they've already given up on Oahu. Have you given up on Oahu? Do you believe that the only way to fight the coconut rhinoceros beetle is to poison coconut trees? And I will leave with this. The Department of Ag has no scientists on their staff. So where are they getting their information from? And why has natural alternatives and community work not been at the table? Thank you.
Next, I'll call up Mahina.
Mahina? Representative?
Aloha, hi. I am on a boat, so if I have a lot of background noise and it's too much, please stop me. Aloha, Chair Hurd, members of the board, our Molokai Representative Nate Oswald, Jonathan and staff, mahalo for your expeditious action in moving these rules forward and for the thoughtful comments and discussions up until this point in the process. We all know that CRB has not been detected on Molokai, but if it does arrive, the consequences would be disastrous, not just to new, but to virtually all palm species. And once coconut is no longer available, CRB are opportunistic and will shift to other essential crops like banana, kalo, ulu, devastating cultural resilience, ecological biodiversity, food security, local agricultural economy. Our farmers and food producers are already battling an overwhelming number of invasive pests, and if CRB is added to that list, it could be the final blow for many of our small farmers trying to grow food sustainably. I think I just really want to emphasize the unique opportunity that this is to have it as an island state to approach biosecurity on an island by island basis. We are literally separated by ocean, and this natural barrier is one of, I believe, the greatest advantages we have in our state to control invasive species. And I think it still remains vastly underutilized as a tool. I think momentum is on our side. The board voted unanimously to send this to plant quarantine, which voted to send it back to you, recommending the stricter of the options presented. And I just want to end by strongly supporting the Nihipali petition. As a compromise, I could support the CGAP's draft in their testimony, and I appreciate them putting that forward. I agree with the position of Auntie Lori Buchanan, and yeah, thank you again for your leadership and for hearing the voice of our community and for moving this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Moving back into testifiers within the room. Anyone wish to come forward with testimony?
Yes, I'm the last person.
You are, Alexander.
Okay. Good morning. I'm not too familiar with.
Sorry.
Oh, good morning. My name is Alexander Hubbard. I'm here to represent the voice of the coconut, our new. And I'm not too familiar with this, what is being proposed here, but I am in support of all the coconut people out there that care about the coconut from around the islands. Very important right now. These people that have spoke today and have given written testimony, they're the ones to listen to. I've been inspired by what I've heard today from all the people that have shared their message. And we are past the point of ignorance. We're into the point of negligence. These measures here that are outlined in this proposal are absolutely necessary. Community has spoken. Now is the time to listen to their voice, raise their voice, lift up their voice. They are the ones speaking on behalf of the coconut. They are the ones that have a direct communion and relationship with the coconut, you know. So when they speak, the coconut is speaking through them. So please take it into consideration. Thank you.
For the lineup of people online.
Yes.
Oh, Godfrey, we already
spoke to, yes, I guess we'll call up Hunter next.
Hi, Hunter.
Aloha, everyone. My name is Hunter Hevelin. I'm the Advocacy Director with the Hawaii Farmers Union, representing family farmers, ranchers, fishers statewide. Hawaii Farmers Union strongly supports the comprehensive interim rule proposed by the Nihipalis to completely prohibit CRB host material from reaching Molokai. Our previous and ongoing outreach to our member chapters across the state, along with the department's own producer survey in 2024, consistently identified invasive species as the #1 issue facing Hawaii's agricultural producers. During this outreach, farmers consistently described an interest in tactical responses to addressing invasive species threat, and the Nihipali rule represents exactly this, a targeted emergency response applying a dozen years of lessons learned from CRB spread. And on Molokai in particular, producers already struggle with deer, pigs, other invasive species with grossly insufficient support. I was on Molokai with our chapter this past weekend. Concern about CRB is reasonably high, and this represents what may be our last chance to prevent rather than just react. As all other major islands now battle CRB, previous measures have been insufficient. Visual inspections failed, permit systems failed, partial restrictions failed. And through this outreach, I've seen and witnessed the devastation of CRB firsthand. So we urge you to reject any watered down alternatives. Molokai has no on-island inspectors, no acceptable treatments exist for many host materials, and CRB is repeatedly moved in unexpected ways. So this rule in part highlights sort of a dangerous dependence on off-island agricultural inputs. We would simultaneously urge support statewide for regional mulch and compost production facilities to strengthen ag resilience. But for now, the choice is clear: comprehensive protection for Molokai, or watching its agricultural and cultural heritage join the devastation we see on other islands. Our farmers deserve better. Molokai deserves better. The recent transformation from the DOA into the Department of Ag and Biosecurity signals the recognition that biosecurity must be central to Hawaii's agricultural future. With this in mind, we call on you to adopt the comprehensive Nihipali rule, complete protection for both the agricultural and cultural future of Molokai. Mahalo for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Hunter. One more time asking for any testifiers from the room, but I think we've exhausted everyone. So moving to online.
Next will be Walter Wright.
Ready?
Sorry.
Go ahead, Walter.
Aloha. Wow, quite a morning. I don't believe I sat here through the whole process. Everybody's talking about Molokai this morning. Terrific. I guess I just wanted to say mahalo to the board. This is the first time I've ever seen you guys and actually worked and spent time to see how you guys do your stuff. Agriculture is a big deal for us on Molokai. In order for us to survive, we gotta pay the price for the food, because after the barge gets to Oahu, it has to get onto another barge and gets to Molokai. So food cost is really high. And so we depend a lot on the deer. We depend a lot on the fish. We got a good reef system that we've taken care of. So this idea of us losing our coconuts is horrendous. One of our past kings created a whole, I don't know how many acres of coconut trees. So basically, we're really, really concerned about losing our food resource. And we're not quite sure what biosecurity means to this board. It's something new that you guys are gonna have to accept. We're ready to support you guys to go after more funding from the legislature if you guys are gonna get a bigger job and Kuleana. So it's you guys now that we really want to support, and it's the Department of Land and Natural Resources that we want to support. Both of you guys are getting shortchanged as far as how important these institutions are to us on Molokai. So thank you for all of the work. Thank you to the Nihipalis for letting the Molokai people know that they're in danger, and now letting the state know that we're in danger and that you guys can help us in solving that danger. So mahalo nui to all of you, and come to Molokai. We have some really good coconut varieties that we can share with you. Aloha.
Thank you, Mr. Riddy. Thank you. Next.
Next we'll be calling up Heather Kaluna.
Hi, Heather.
Aloha kako. My name is Heather Kaluna. I first want to say mahalo to the Nihipali Ohana for trying to establish this rule and a precedent on how to protect our islands from biological threats. I'm born and raised here in Puna on Big Island, and in many ways it feels like ground zero for the establishment of invasive species with Myconia, koki frogs, little fire ants, the non-native ambrosia beetle that's spreading fungus responsible for rapid ohia death. And now we have the CRB spreading in Kona side. And so I think, just to bring in a slightly different perspective, I just wanted to speak up for the folks in the community Molokai, because we've gone through so much of this losing battle and trying to keep invasive species off of Big Island. One of the most heartbreaking issues and aspects of invasive species in our islands is that it feels like often it's too little too late. He is known as the endangered species capital of the world, and that's abhorrent. And so, I just think that there's too little legislation related to restricting the import or actions related to thorough inspection of materials which introduce these invasive non-native species to our islands, or even the spread within. It hurts me every time we fly to the continental US, we get screened for fruits, plants that we cannot take to the continent. However, upon returning, there's no similarly rigorous process to verify people aren't bringing in potentially dangerous insects or plant disease when they come to our islands. You travel to Australia and they have dogs in their airports to ensure that folks don't bring in banned materials. The level of unreciprocated legislative protection of our INA makes me feel like our state and its leaders are glaringly negligent. Further adding to this feeling are statements where, regarding the CRB, state officials say CRBs have become so widespread in Hawaii, the federal government is now shifting its resources to keep them from reaching the US mainland. And so it really should be reflected upon us to do similar actions in shifting resources and making sure we're not letting this spread among our islands. Given the susceptibility and the compromised state of our ecosystems and the time sensitivity of this issue, I'm glad we're taking immediate, but I hope the most stringent preventative actions, including allocating appropriate funding and resources to keep Molokai free of the CRB. In regards to the proposed amendments and appendices, I'm not familiar with the content of these documents, but I hope that you guys take the most stringent of restrictions at this point in time. If that needs to be revisited later, perhaps that can be done. But with that, I just want to say, I hope that this interim ban continues to set a precedent of how we approach future biological threats in our islands. With that, I just want to say mahalo and ahuiho.
Thank you, Heather.
Thank you. Next I'll be calling up Kapua.
Kapua, you're on.
Aloha, o wau kapua. Na pula ka awa wainai. Ayao. Mahalo for letting me testify again. I did testify in the August meeting via video or Zoom, but it's not listed in the printed minutes, although I am named. And I know of another person, Kaukaohu Wahilani, who also spoke. And I'm not sure, but I think I had 2 other neighbors from Waianae that also spoke. Just to put that out, I apologize for not catching that in the minutes conversation, as it took me a while to find these documents for today's meeting. Getting to this particular subject, I strongly appreciate and support Kunani and Ipo Nihipali on taking the bold, necessary step of working with their community, with their neighbors, the county, the state legislators, various departments and organizations to take this step, because what the state has been doing obviously has not worked. And I thank you. As I look at each and one of you, I know that this is deep in your heart. Like the previous speaker from Hawaii Island, I have had this concern about why is it when we go to the continent, our suitcases are checked for ag inspection, and yet that does not exist for coming here to our home, resulting in all of these invasive species, resulting in the loss of our native species, both the breathing and the plants, and even in our ocean. And I do hold the state accountable for that. And I thank you folks for taking that accountability and for spending the time to do all the reading and to attend all those meetings to hear the community and other entities on subject matters like this. I support the Nihipali petition. You folks have the facts. And the bottom line fact is what the state has been doing has not worked. So we have to take severe measures to include the gravel. And as time goes on, maybe we can minimize some of this that we're going to implement in this interim rule. It is so necessary because we cannot keep doing what we're doing, and definitely not the gaps that we are missing. The Nihipali has created a source document for us to look at, and I stand with them. And I thank Auntie Lori, I thank Walter and Wayne, an attorney, that's showing the pukas and showing how we need to beef it up and definitely need to enforce it. So we need the fundings. And if I am notified, I will definitely support the increased funding because we need it. But we need ag support at the airport and at the ports. We need to stop this from coming in, and we need to hold the military accountable for all of the damage that they're doing. Today, we're speaking of the NIU, but not limited to it. I want to thank you very much for your time, your patience, and your sincere diligence on this. Aloha.
Thank you, Kapua.
Next, we'll be bringing up Vicky.
Vicky, you're on.
Aloha mai kākou. I'm Vicky Hope Takamine. Can you hear me? Yes, thumbs up. Okay,
Yes.
mahalo nui. Mahalo. I am the Kumuhula of Pua Ali'i Lima and the Po'o of Ilio Ula o Kalani Coalition. I spent my summers on the island of Molokai on the East End at Puko'o. My dad was a land surveyor, and all of his jobs he saved for the summer, and we all would go there. So I have a very strong Kilina with the Molokai community. I also remember just driving past that Kapuaiwa Grove of 100 or more coconut grove that was planted by King Kamehameha V. That is at risk. I mean, that's a historic grove for all of us that are, connected to the island of Molokai. That would be at risk if we allow anything to come in that could be a host to the CRB. We have failed all of the rest of our islands. Every single one of our islands, populated islands, have been infested and are being devastated. Our coconut trees are being devastated, our lolu. So we cannot really, we have to have the strictest restrictions for the island of Molokai to protect that particular grove in particular that is historical. But to also protect the people of Hawaii and help them with their economic development. You get gravel from Molokai. You need plants, go buy them from the people, the farmers on Molokai. You need that, use those resources. You don't have to go off island to get them. We can do that and inundate and prevent this from spreading to the island of Molokai. So I encourage you to support and I thank Ipo and Kunane for taking the lead on this issue. Mahalo nui loa for your advocacy. I really support their very stringent rules and their petition without any other restrictions on that. So mahalo nui loa. I implore you to all to really think about this seriously. And this is our last chance to help our people of Molokai. As you're trying to do with your MIS, I understand that, but this we can prevent. We can do this. We can all do this together as a community, as a lahui. Mahalo nui loa. Aloha.
Thank you, Vicky.
Next, we'll be calling Callie.
Oh, Kali.
Callie.
Roger Bean.
Aloha.
Chairperson Hurd, Board of Agriculture and Biosecurity members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of this important measure that was initiated by the Nihipalis. I'm a resident of Molokai and a Ho'olehua homesteader. Today, I'm providing testimony as the Director of the County of Maui Department of Agriculture, which is in support of the adoption of the interim rule pursuant to Hawaii Revised Statutes 150A-9.5 to restrict the transportation of plants, soil, gravel, and other CRB host material to the island of Molokai from any other area in the state to prevent the spread of CRB, and further supports the proposed CGAP Appendix E. The Maui County Department of Agriculture established the CRB Working Group, a collective of agencies with the Maui County of Maui that include representation from the Hawaii Department of Ag and Biosecurity, the UHCRB Response Team, and the Maui and Molokai Invasive Species Committees that work together to further prevent CRB and community awareness and provide community awareness with educational CRB posters, CRB identification cards available at local stores, and we host in-person and recorded CRB identification workshops for the Molokai community. Additionally, monitoring traps were set up in county parks and state land on the south coast of our island and in Kalaupapa, the Kalawao County, which are monitored by Molokai Invasive Species Committee. The County of Maui Department of Environmental Management's Environmental Protection and Sustainability Division is supporting soil remediation for farmers to reduce need to bring in compost. CRB would greatly impact Molokai's food security. Niu is cultivated by our Hawaiian homestead farmers on Molokai for food security and diversifying our agriculture. Niu is culturally important, evident of the 160-year-old plus Kapua Iva Grove. Other CRB host plants that could be impacted include banana, sugarcane, ulu, and pineapple, which are grown for subsistence. CRB would greatly affect our island ecosystem, including the remote locations such as Kalaupapa and inaccessible shores on the north side plateaus where hala, another culturally significant plant and a CRB host, grows abundantly. We support this measure for the following reasons. 1, Molokai is one of the last main islands impacted by CRB and are seeking proactive measures to mitigate and prevent the introduction of this invasive species. Number 2, the adoption and implementation of the interim rule, including Appendix E, will stop commercial importation of potential CRB infected host plants and material that could cause irreversible damage to our food source on Molokai and the pristine, untouched native plant ecosystems. Furthermore, we support the adoption and implementation of the interim rule, which is a multi-layered approach to preventing the spread of CRB from other infested islands in Hawaii, such as Oahu, where CRB populations have been settled. For the foregoing reasons, we support this measure. Mahalo.
Thank you, Colin. Thank you very much.
Next, I'll be calling up Clayton.
Clayton, you're on.
Clayton Kubo Waimea, Hawaii. I can see this as a proactive approach versus, the normal reactive approach. And as for the so-called experts from the Department of Agriculture, Kauai, no one has called me back, I don't know, maybe over 1 year already. So hopefully you guys can pass the strongest stuff so Molokai not going to be affected by CRB like how the other islands are. And again, I got to state this, proactive versus the normal reactive. Mahalo nui. Aloha.
Thank you, Clayton.
Next, I'll be calling a person whose name is iPhone.
No, you're on.
Hey, hello, can you guys hear me good?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Mahalo. This started raining over here, but
I'm right here at Kulana o Iwi. I'm Molokai. My name is Hawaii Loa Maui. Good morning. And I just staring across at Kapuaiwa Coconut Grove. And I thought that this place, this beautiful place, is threatened to exist in 10, 20 years from now, or even closer than that. It breaks my heart. I'm in full support for the Nihipali's petition. And like I shared in the July meeting, it's frustrating to hear that the board wants to put language of this petition before the actual protection of these coconut trees. And it's not just coconut trees. I got a text from a good friend of mine from Waimanalo that works at a nursery. And he said that it's attacking hala. It's now they see it's attacking ohia. And they're catching 200, up to 200 CRBs in their nets on a weekly basis. Here on Molokai, we don't just have this Kapuaiwa Grove. We have many unmanaged groves on this island. In Halava Valley, Puko'o, we have a lot of, I say 80% of this island is plant matter. Just rotting on its own, and so there's so many nesting sites for CRB to nest in on this island. And I think if it ever reaches here, Molokai might be the worst island of it all. And so I strongly urge the board to make a decision to protect these plants that protected our people for centuries and centuries. So much we owe to these plants: food, material, culture, mo'olelo. So much we owe to these plants, and I think we owe these plants back protection. And you guys sit in the ultimate seat of protection. I consider myself a kia'i of Molokai, and we all do. And you're hearing the testimony of the kia'i who wants to protect our island. But overall, you guys are the kia'i. You guys hold the decision. And I kind of feel sorry for you guys because so much kuleana you guys hold. So much kuleana. And I hate to be you guys right now. But I thank you guys for you guys' hard work and dedication to looking into this matter. But yeah, I don't really support the change of language in Appendix E. I support the original petition. Reason being is when we go defend something, we cannot leave one gap in the defense because one little poke in the defense is all it takes for infiltrate that defense. So thank you guys. I appreciate it. Mahalo.
Before you go, sir, could you identify yourself? Did we miss?
Yeah. My name is Hawaiiloa Maui.
Last name was Moa, Lowat?
Yes, you can say it like that, but yeah, it's spelled like that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next, I'll be calling Miley.
Miley, you're on.
Can everybody hear me okay?
A little bit louder if you don't mind.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you just barely. You could maybe either speak louder or move closer.
Can you come back to me? I'm gonna try and adjust my audio. Can you come back to me?
Actually, right now,
actually better.
Right now, how you just spoke is good.
Okay, I gotta speak with my lady voice then. Okay, mahalo nui. Ano ai ke aloha kako o wau o maile kio na lalani lavea maloi o makahana loa Hawaii mai au o alaka aina hanau o ho'ole hua Molokai aina hanai. Mahalo nui loa ka ohana Nihipali, all ohana of Molokai, and this board for the opportunity to speak today. I am in strong support of the original petition put forth by ka ohana Nihipali in protecting Molokai from CRB. Molokai is unique in Hawaii. It has some of the most intact Hawaiian fish ponds, strong homestead agriculture, and a community deeply rooted in Malama Aina. Again, Molokai is my Aina Hanai. When I was a young girl, I had the privilege of working my ohanas Macnut Farm up in Honolulu Homestead. It has always been my safe space, a beloved place that I go to when I need to sink my prayers down deep. Pule'o'o. As a makua, I'm grateful to be able to send my keiki to Molokai, one, because they never want to come home. They cherish Molokai as I do. And two, because there are still remnants of my childhood, as well as my late mother's and my grandmother's. I remember one Christmas, the best Christmas, I got to bring my daughters home to Molokai. As we drove down Kalai, my heart was deeply hurt in noticing a new building. And my daughters asked, Mama, Yahaka Monsanto? And unfortunately, I couldn't answer them honestly without using very colorful language. As we headed into town, into Kanakakai, I see Kapueva and I smile, thinking at least we still have you. And to know the impending threat to Niu, and that Wahikapu is irreparably damaging. We've seen the devastating impacts of CRB on Oahu, even here on Mokuoke'awe, and we know prevention is the most effective protection. Molokai's agriculture must be safeguarded now against CRB and all other invasive species, so Kanaka may continue to do the good work in restoring Molokai. Aina momona. I pule for your support of this measure. Mahalo ni.
Thank you, Miley.
Next, I'll be calling Luann.
Luann, you're up.
Hi, aloha. Thank you so much. On behalf of the Ho'olehua Homesteaders Association, we mahalo the Ohana Nihipale for all their efforts. And we know and we pray that this will have a favorable outcome on these interim rules. So thank you. We just wanted to be on record. Mahalo.
Oh, thank you, Luann.
There are no other hands raised.
Okay, public testimony being concluded. One last outreach to the people in the room. Anyone in the room wishing to give testimony? No, hearing.
We have one person that just raised their hand.
Thank you, thank you. We have DeGray. Vanderbilt. You're up.
You can unmute and give testimony.
Okay, there you go. Okay, my name is DeGray Vanderbilt. I lived on Molokai for 38 years, and I'm in my mid-80s right now, and have now moved to Maui to help out my partner because we're getting a little older. But I was a former chairman of the Molokai Planning Commission, and I really jumped on this thing today because of the request of Laurie, but I haven't really followed it. But I've enjoyed all this testimony today, and I just wanted to bring up one point that Kalapapa is, a couple of years ago, they brought in loads of gravel and introduced the fire ant to Kalapapa. So gravel can host insects. Now, whether it does the CRB or not. So I would agree with many of the other testifiers that Molokai has a gravel pit, and there's really no need to exclude gravel from the restrictions of being imported. So I just wanted to add that fact to you. I'm not a scientist or anything else, but that's just something that happened at Kalapapa. So thank you very much, and thanks for all your help. This has been a wonderful experience listening to the Molokai testimony and from people around the state. Molokai really has worked all these years to be the only island community that's really in control of its own destiny. And so I think they've proven worthy of hoping that you will support their request to protect from the CRB. So thank you very much. Aloha.
Thank you, thank you, Vanderbilt. Any other public testimony? In present or online? Okay, hearing, seeing none, moving to board discussion. And please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. In clarification of the motion itself, and I know I seconded, what were we voting on? Were we voting on the
We're voting on
The
item
request,
C.
the
Yeah.
request in the submittal.
okay,
No, the motion has been made to
So-
amend it.
So, yeah, you could change the motion, you guys could retract the motion and make a new motion if you want.
If you want.
Okay.
But we might want to discuss and then before we take vote.
Yeah.
Okay.
So right now, the board is actually discussing the motion.
Yeah.
Whether, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I mean, I think, you know, the major difference is really the gravel piece. You know, others may have other things. You know, certainly not to discount the science that Jonathan folks have put into you know, testing egg-laying capabilities of CRB in different materials and stuff like that. I mean, I think the fact of the matter is, it's not that for me, it's not that I don't trust that. It's that, you know, piles of aggregate can kind of lay any place, and if somebody comes with, you know, machine and loads up a container, they could, you know, scrape organic material off the ground, or, you know, it's difficult to you know, assure the homogeneity of the you know, of the gravel pile itself, you know, coming from all different kind of places. So I think you know, given the testimony as well, I think it'd be my preference to kind of move to a more restrictive version.
Which is what was submitted. So
Yeah.
yeah, okay. Alrighty. Any other board discussion? Hearing, go ahead, Diane.
Thank you, Chair, and I want to thank the community and PQB and staff for their efforts. It's much appreciated. I guess unfortunately, I wasn't able to see CGAP's last testimony where they made some suggestions, so I was looking for some feedback. The document just would not open, just kept spinning. Can we get some feedback from Jonathan Ho on their comments? It sounded like they were pretty much in alignment with exhibit, or excuse me, Appendix E, along with some of the points other than the gravel.
So Appendix E still contains the gravel, right?
That's what I'm saying.
The
What I
CGAPs,
heard CGAPs indicate that they had some, they were pretty much in agreement with that, I thought, but they had some other minor changes. And then the gravel they didn't agree about.
Yes, so.
I misunderstood.
No, that's correct. When you look at the modified Appendix E, which is included as attachment 1 of the CGAP's testimony, they are, when you look at it compared to the original Appendix E, so they're amending the word transportation to movement, which I think from isn't really substantive, I think, to the extent. They are removing the word gravel, and they're removing the word organic after decomposing. So they're doing that throughout the rule, I think, for consistency. They're changing on line 15, page 1, quarantine to prohibition, removing gravel. They are clarifying that line 18, that items that are comprised of or contain decomposing plant material, such as erosion control blocks, are regulated. And so, yeah, I mean, I think so. I guess to the extent the gravel is being removed, but they've added in clarification in the I guess in section B, line 53, because currently it says rock, gravel, or sand not mixed with any organic material. So they're adding gravel and then provided that rock, coral, gravel, or sand mixed with any material described in A may not be transported to Molokai from any other area of the state. They're also adding in, each item moved is a violation and a separate offense. And, they added, additional language to the severability clause, so that, include the finding of the advisory committee as being unreasonable, as well, in addition to just the rule itself. So
I guess-
it's kind of, I guess to the extent, I think it's kind of, a medium point between, the plant quarantine branches proposed changes, where some of them are done. And obviously, what the Nihipalis have provided.
Okay.
And I think gravel is the biggest, I would say, issue, I think, as it relates to the two.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Jonathan, wasn't that a recommendation from the plant board that gravel be removed?
No,
No,
the advisory committee
just the severability clause.
Oh, the
wanted a severability clause, and during the discussion, there was an attempt to try to address it, but they felt that it was for the board to determine. So they provided they recommended moving forward with the language that the Nihipalis provided in their petition.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Diane, I'm sorry I interrupted. Any
Oh,
further
no, that's
questions?
fine. That's helpful. Thank you. I appreciate you going back through the details. And then on the issue of gravel, I heard comments about, the need for, where there is need for bringing it in. I mean, has there been any comments received by the department as to, volume, or are there large projects that are that the quarry can't address there? I don't know if that's a private quarry or county facility, or, I'm just not aware of what's going on in Molokai.
I'm not aware of I think projects that are gonna be potentially needing large volumes and not necessarily aware of, I guess, the a volume and or capability of the existing quarry. And I think to the extent of, I think, what the restrictions are done, or the restrictions that are proposed, again, we're looking at restricting stuff that is known to be moving the pest, regardless of, the economics of it, right? We're doing it specifically to manage movement of the pest. And I think to the extent, I think, there's been a lot of discussion about, I think, these, hypotheticals to the extent of what could or should or might happen. And I think, as a regulatory official, right, I believe that it's our job to craft regulations that are trying to take into account the unexpected, because, obviously, you don't want the cure to be worse than the problem. But I think to the extent, I think, of what needs to be done, I think what's here is clearly gonna, restrict the movement of CRB. And I think as it relates to gravel specifically, I think it's gonna be more, I think, like, CGAP's kind of noted and the committee kind of noted, how does the statute match, I think, what the authority is to the regulation? Because I think to the extent of, trying, I think what we're trying to do is, again, prevent, and again, I think people need to remember that, again, quarantine is not a wall, and this restriction does not prevent movement in of itself. And, again, there's always going to be some level of risk, and it's not to say that this rule should not be adopted. I don't want to make that, that I'm trying to drive it in any way beside the fact of what the recommendation was. But I think, the regulation in of itself is not going to solve the problem. And I think that just needs to be part of the record, because it's going to take us doing our part, obviously the community doing their part, to make sure that, CRB doesn't get established on Molokai.
Thank you. And then, should this interim rule pass, Lei Pali, she raised the question or the issue of enforcement. What's the next steps for the department?
So basically, should the rule be implemented, we just wouldn't certify any of these things moving inter-island to Molokai. It's actually easier for us to some extent, because you're just gonna be dealing with a bunch of people that may not have known and they're gonna be mad. But that's the nature of the beast.
Okay, so basically you inform the transportation companies.
Yes, so basically we would work with Young Brothers to let them know that there is a new interim rule as it relates to Molokai, so that if stuff does come through, I think particularly as it relates to gravel, because gravel is not something that the department has historically regulated. Obviously letting them know what it is. And my guess is they're gonna probably request some additional either information or training from us, which is fine. We can provide that to them. It will then be disseminated throughout the state, because obviously every port other than Molokai is gonna have this restriction placed on them. So it'll probably start in Honolulu. It will be disseminated out to the rest of the ports. And then, I think for the folks that we're aware of that do ship the goods there currently, obviously we'll let them know that this is taking place. And that's kind of it.
Jonathan, I think part of the question that Diane has is one that's looming everywhere right now, is pathways. So you have so many different pathways now, not necessarily for gravel, but we're talking e-commerce.
Yeah, well, so stuff that's moved. Okay, so I guess as it relates to so I guess the major pathway is obviously air and sea. Obviously we send staff to Young Brothers when we have the capability to do it. And then obviously we have staff at the airports stationed across the state, with the exception of Molokai and Lanai. Staff don't obviously work 24 hours a day. So again, a lot of the companies are going to have to do their part to make sure people aren't violating the regulation. And I guess as it relates to enforcement, if there are reports of smuggling, I think essentially it was what it would be. Obviously, we would respond appropriately and conduct investigations to determine whether those are true or not, and take appropriate action as the result of the investigations as they occur. There is a challenge, again, not having folks on Molokai, but I think if we can not have it get there in the first place, the risk should be significantly diminished.
Thank you. I appreciate information.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. And Nate, your hands up. You're muted.
Oh, yeah, Nate, we can't hear you, Nate. Leave it unplugged. No,
still can't hear you.
Excuse me. Can I add something regarding the gravel concern?
Yeah, Nate, still can't hear you, Nate.
We're in discussion. But if someone wants to ask him.
More clarification to that.
No.
Want to do M and then let Nate?
Okay, Nate, we're gonna move on to N for a minute while we work things out. Go ahead, N.
Sorry, Nate, didn't want to steal your thunder there. Okay, so, well, I guess before I bring this up, let me start by saying that, to one of the testifiers' points, I think productive agriculture is really the way that we're going to stop all of this. If everybody's taking care of their own piece and kind of managing their rubbish and all of that, I think that's how we're going to, get out of this. I don't think we can poison our way out of this. That being said, and I see Christine on the list as well. Jonathan, I know, for some of our eucalyptus stands, there's been the use of, I don't want to use the brand name, but it's some kind of sulfur fluoride compound for.
Yes, sulfur fluoride.
Yeah, sulfur fluoride for phytosanitary movement. Is that something that could be used if there wasn't, if for some reason Molokai needed a large amount of, anything on the restricted list? Is that effective or?
So the use of sulfur fluoride to fumigate green waste or compost is what's being used now for CRB for movement to Maui or from Oahu. So that treatment's been in place for a few years now at this point. Again, it was tested against all life stages to kill. We worked with USDA to brought in a specialist for fumigation and the very technically, but basically like day 1 and day 2 eggs are the most resilient to the fumigation. So basically we worked with the university who has the colony to get day 1 and day 2 eggs and did multiple replicates to ensure that the duration and the dosage could kill, all life stages. The grubs and the beetles at the fumigation rates, they die way, way lower than the rates that we're using to kill the eggs. So there's 2 ways of doing it. You either do 2 treatments at a lower rate so that, obviously the 2 days eggs become more than 2 days old, you can kill them, or you do at a higher rate, which is, I think what most, the commercial guys want at this point. After the treatments occur, we verify that we verify that treatments are occurred at the rate and the duration. We then witness the material being placed into sealed containers so that obviously, CRB can't reinfest it while it's in transit. So a lot of the companies have built modified containers, for example, so they can top load, they can seal them completely with doors, and then it goes to the harbor to ship. So that's the practice that we do now. And again, we recognize that, there's nothing that's going to be guaranteed to the extent of preventing CRB, but that's the process that we use now.
Jonathan, that wouldn't be allowed with this rule.
Yeah, it's a prohibition.
No movement.
Correct,
so
there's a prohibition.
Even
So,
the treated material would not be.
right, so I think to the extent of the regulation, the regulations are prohibition. I'm not actually sure how to change it after the fact. We've never, or to make it less restrictive. I've never seen that, but my guess is we would come back before the board I don't think you would need a finding, and then the board would adjust it appropriately, would be my guess.
Yeah, you would change it.
Yeah, and then we would amend the rule, and then it would just end on whatever the end date. We wouldn't prolong the rule.
Yeah.
So, and
But it would take that amount of time.
and then, yeah, they would just have to wait until the reg could be amended.
Okay. All those fumigations, that's all organic material though. It's not like construction material or anything like that, aggregate.
No,
Yeah.
we don't have authority over those materials, so we don't regulate
validation,
them.
okay.
No.
Okay, well, just thinking about, to your point, if something does occur, how we might mitigate that. Okay, thank you.
And you make a good point. It's not construction, it's not everything, it's not cars. There's still pathways.
So I think to the extent of, I think, should there be the need, I mean, I haven't looked at the fumigation label. It's very possible that, say you found something else that's not necessarily what we would consider CRB host material as being infested. I think there are ways to use the fumig, or at least the existing tools to disinfest it. I mean, you can freeze, for example. Freezing is, something that would work. I think there are ways to deal with it, potentially, I think, as it relates to a rapid response, but I think obviously those are kind of like outside the extent of the regulation, which is, obviously a prohibition and preventing it from getting there in the first place.
Okay. Thank you, Jonathan. Nate, can we test your audio?
No.
Can you call in? Nate, can you call in?
Since we're
Member Lay? I don't want to ask something.
Yeah,
Answer
go ahead.
for, your earlier question. Jonathan, can you just confirm for me first, though? I compared Appendix A and E, and E is pretty much placed into a different format.
Yep.
Other than somewhere for the scientific names, instead of parentheses, you put commas.
Yes.
You put a semicolon
In the
instead of a
title.
comma in the title. You
Yes.
put a period at the end of the title. You put for that was capitalized instead of not capitalized. So it's the same, other than that the
Severability clause.
severability clause on page 3 from line 63 to 66 was added because that was a recommendation
Yes.
of the Planet Animal Committee.
Committee, yes.
So E is the recommendation of the Planet Animal Committee. And
E
the other things you mentioned in your submittal that you would like to have.
Are not in there.
changes Are only in the submittal, making the recommendation, but they are not included in. E.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so Appendix E is like, with, again, the punctuation and.
Yeah, that's all I could find. when I
Yeah,
reviewed it.
it is exactly what the Nihipali petition provided.
Okay. 'Cause
And
that's
it's
what
just placed into
Because that's
format.
what they recommended.
Yes.
So that member Lay, your question earlier was about any changes made by the CGAP's recommendation. And the only other thing that I see that maybe wasn't too clear is that there are some things missing from the prohibition as written on page 2. The interim rule prohibits movement, and they add this to the island of Molokai to specify that it's from other parts of the state to Molokai. But they also put in things that are missing from this section that were in the title and the first paragraph, such as just using the word plants. Instead, right now, it just is limited sort of to potted or bare plants or decaying plant products, but they don't have the word plants. So I think CGAP's put the word plants, they put in other missing words such as tree chips and erosion control socks, which are mentioned in the starting and the title, but are not in the prohibition itself. Yeah, that was the only other thing I saw that they changed.
Thank you. Amazing. Amazing, quick review.
And I'm gonna try, Nate, did you try calling in?
Oh, shucks.
Oh. No.
Cannot.
I was trying to find the way, right? I don't have.
Can you call on your phone? Maybe he could call in. Is there a number to?
Yeah, on the invite, in your email, it should have the number for you to call.
Cause I think we have enough quorum showing, so he just, oh, well.
But
He can do both, he can do both, he can do
Yeah,
both.
would be
Oh,
real.
Parvinder, you can just take him for now until we can get.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't see Dean Graywall. Recognizing you now.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that mahalo to the staff who worked so hard, so quickly to get us to this place. And thank you, the entire community of Molokai, for seriously thinking about this issue and working with everybody. I just want to say that even after this rule gets implemented, CRB could still make its way, accidentally or inadvertently. That's what I believe Jonathan is saying. And therefore, we should stay vigilant. Its entire community should stay vigilant. If you find something, see something, just say, so that all of us can work together to eradicate it as quickly as possible. I think this rule is very strong, no question in my mind, but still things can happen. So we should continue to be very vigilant and work on it. Mahalo.
Thank you, Dean. Thank you. That's a good point. The New Zealand community is very, very motivated. Their call to action is quick and intense. So that would be a real good thing to mention, and thank you for that. Where are we on perhaps patching in?
I think it would just be him calling in. I don't know if he's able to. No.
No, okay. So for the record, representative from the Maui County tried desperately to call in and was unable to do so. So, any other board discussion? Harwood, okay, go ahead.
I don't know. Are you guys gonna change the motion or what?
Did you wanna go one?
And then looks like he's in.
That's
Oh,
that's my
yeah.
question. That's my question. If we're gonna change a motion.
Okay, the motion that we are currently reviewing and considering for approval is as you see on your agenda. Request for review and adoption of an interim rule pursuant to Hawaii revised statutes to restrict the transportation of plants, soil, gravel, and other coconut rhinoceros legal host material, including decomposing plant materials such as compost, wood, or tree chips and mulch, plant propagation media, and other items comprised of decomposing organic material such as landscaping material or erosion control socks to the island of Molokai from any other area in the state to prevent the spread of CRB. This is the motion that we're voting on.
But it's hard because the question is, what version of this are you
Yep.
doing? And I think,
Oh,
so I think the motion before you is gonna be the only thing you have, which is the submittal.
which is Nepalese letter.
No, it is
Attachment E.
attached.
You said like E.
Is it with your changes or just E?
I mean, I think attachment E does, I mean, again, it's, so I guess to the extent
Okay, it's
of.
E. So right now, it's what's, because it's submittal is the only thing you have that's clear. It would be, attachment E, which was the recommendation of
Formatted.
the board, which is similar to what A is written, other than it's been put into this form that the other one normally has. It has a semicolon instead of a comma on line 8 on page 1. The from on line 12 is capitalized instead of lowercase. There's things like that. Instead of parentheses over the Cocos nucifera and the other I can't pronounce the lupum scientific names, they have commas. And the committee added a severability clause. So that's what's before you. But if, for example, you want to consider PQ's recommendations, you'd have to adopt it pursuant to their recommendations. If you wanted to consider CGAP's recommendations, you would have to change your motion to include CGAP's recommendations. If you want to go back to the other format, without the severability clause that the plant and animal board wanted, you could go back to B. I mean, but it's right now, it's before you is E as written.
Because so much of the testimony, council, was based on the adopting the Nepali petition as it was presented, how is that different from E?
E has a severability clause, so they would be moved. So I guess the plant and animal, which I hate giving, well, I'm not giving that much information. So the plant and board wanted to include a severability clause because they were concerned in case anything in here was found to be unconstitutional or illegal, they wanted to separate anything else out so it could still be move forward, and they could enforce other portions of it that were not found to be illegal or unconstitutional anyway on other persons. So that's what the severability clause was that they included.
Okay, so what, to answer Ann's question and mine actually as well, we are voting on Appendix E, the version as Appendix E.
Yes.
Yes.
Unless you guys, someone can retract it and do a different motion, and Diane Lay's hand is raised.
Lay's hand is up.
I just wanted to state for the record that on it's labeled page C11, 12, I believe 13. C11 and 12. There are some recommendations for cleaning up some of the language for consistency's sake. I do not have a problem with any of that. I think the issue of gravel is challenging, but I think that, we heard enough from the community that I'm agreeable to including gravel as well. So, but that would require a change of, I don't know if everybody looked at the details because there's 2 pages full of recommendations from staff. I can live with it either way.
Thank
As
you,
long as we
Diane.
exclude the gravel or include gravel.
Ed,
Would it be correct to clarify the motion to say that, you know, we would be voting on what is proposed in amended Appendix E with the ability for,
severability.
well,
Well, he includes the
to
severability.
include the severability clause for sure.
It's in there, so you don't have to say that.
Yeah. So I guess what I'm trying to get at is that if there are additional technical, non-substantive amendments that need to be made, that staff could proceed with those.
I
Do we
think you're
need
gonna
that?
have to be more specific than
Oh,
that,
yeah.
cause, I mean, you could pick and choose which ones you're okay with. Okay, for example, oh boy.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, honestly, I don't have a preference on the technical changes. I mean, on the non-substantive, the formatting changes.
the hard thing is okay, so to spell out, the easy ones, that are just, technical, it's the change on page 1, line 15, from quarantine to prohibition, because the language throughout is, we're gonna prohibit this, we're gonna prohibit this. And instead of saying to impose a quarantine, we're gonna impose a prohibition, which will allow for quarantine, but is just a stronger thing to go to be consistent. That's a simple one, but like the other ones, okay, gravel, it's hard because they have a thing such as allowing to.
Sorry, to interrupt, maybe it would be easier, and again, I think this is more of a problem for Diane, but I think, if we use the CGAPS version.
Sure.
And then, because it's basically done in track changes, right? And I think ultimately, for all intents and purposes, it doesn't, and you guys can decide, I think, which specific things you want, and then it'll be very clear, like, oh, we want gravel in, okay, so we'll add
Or
the
you could
gravel.
also say, we want the CGAPS version, except for the prohibition on gravel. And that might cover.
And that's fine too.
I mean, but I don't know, but Diane can't access it, so I don't know if you're comfortable with that.
I can try print it out and email it to her again right now, if that would be helpful.
They do a lot of
I think
cleanup.
I'm trusting the process here. I think, we're getting at what we need to get at. I mean, the main thing is that we are trying to put a halt to materials that are likely to be carrying CRB coming into Molokai. And that's all that, some of this gets into, the details, the title and
Well,
consistency.
the only concern I have is if you don't include the things that are in the first paragraph, which I think the petitioner wanted to have prohibited, then you run the risk of not being able to prohibit those things because they're not included in the actual prohibition language.
Okay.
So, and that's, I think, but legally it's still fine. It's just that you're not gonna be able to prohibit, that's not gonna be prohibited. Like, I don't know if there's gonna be a thing that's gonna pop up, but the language is not as, it's just missing a little bit, like, I guess that it does have control socks, I was mistaken, but it's missing tree chips and just the word plant, which would be more generalized and cover more potentially. And then the word prohibition, I think, would cover more than quarantine, because you could quarantine under prohibitions, but quarantine is just quarantine, and also it's consistent.
So Diane, Jonathan has offered to send the board a version of E that we would be voting on.
Go.
No, he was gonna.
I would just send exactly what CGAPS provided.
Exactly.
No, we don't have anything.
We're voting on E though.
We're voting on E. Oh, I see. So you wanna just vote on E, period. That's fine. I mean, that's up to the board.
Yeah. That's fine too.
That's the board's kuleana.
So I'm gonna pose a question to Diane since it was yours. And as well, so the version that we're voting on, item C is gonna be appendix E.
Which is the recommendation of the plant animal advisory committee.
Which does exclude gravel?
No, it includes gravel.
No, it doesn't. It includes gravel in the prohibition.
Yes, so gravel,
They didn't change anything other than adding a severability clause.
correct.
They were just concerned, like, cause that got raised and they just said, well, we're not gonna change this, but let's just add a severability.
So what I recall is the science behind it was that gravel is not a host of CRB, but it is included in.
So the Nihi Polis have proposed it as for the prohibition. And so we've included it, right, as what the committee and the board wanted to see moving forward. And I guess to the extent of whether it's regulated or not, and I think, I think the science and the possibility for unknown, again, I don't necessarily want to get into the hypothetical, because I think everything could be hypothetical if you go down there long enough. Ultimately, barring, I think a literal interpretation of the regulation of the authority to implement the interim rules, which is right, flora or fauna. If the board feels that flora and fauna should be included based off of the testimony, we can include it. I don't think that's a problem to the extent. Obviously, CGAPS has provided their version, which excludes it for kind of the same reason. But it's very clear, I think, what's being done. We're fine with it either way, I think, to the extent, because I think realistically, when you look at everything that's being done, with the exception of gravel, there's essentially no difference between E that's kind of our cleaned up version of the Nihi Pali petition, or the cleaned up version of the CGAPS one. I mean, CGAPS one actually they do some things that we don't necessarily do, like the each item moved is a violation, whereas we don't do that in ours. So and then they do indemnify to some extent the committee's finding through the severability, in that you need one for the other, right? If the finding is found to be unconstitutional, does that eliminate the rule? Right, so I think CGAPS, I think, does the same thing. I think there's certain parts where we agree, and there's certain parts, like, for example, the cuttings that they don't have, and that's fine. That's clearly, I think, where the board is going with this, and that's fine. That's the way the regulation will get into. So in my opinion, Appendix E's, the CGAPS's version is fine. And then I think realistically, do you want gravel or not? I think, to me, is the way it should go. And if you guys want gravel, that's fine, and we can just remove those references that are removed here, and it'll be what it'll be. That's fine. But yeah, either way, it's fine ultimately.
Thank you, Jonathan. I appreciate your guidance.
So I'm gonna ask one more time, if I can ask N, does that remove the question on what we're voting on?
Well, yes.
He knows what we're voting on,
Right.
so the motion has to be made on what we are voting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you guys are not happy with it being.
Let's read the motion.
Do we have to add as proposed? Is what he was saying.
No. I think because the submittal does refer to E.
Right.
That's the request so the submittal is what's placed on the agenda. The submittal is recommending the approval of
E.
the proposed rules from the PNA, and it is Appendix E.
Okay.
Yes.
That's
And-
what's before you.
Yeah,
But
and
if you wanted to do anything at all else, you would have to clarify what the board wants.
Okay,
Because the only clean one right now is Appendix E.
okay,
which is, again, substantially similar, except for,
Some punctuation
some
essentially.
punctuation and form, in with these line writings. And, except for the addition of a severability clause. That's what the recommendation was for P and A.
Okay,
But I mean, you can also do any cleanup you want. And weigh in C gaps or anything else that you need
okay.
at the board's discretion.
So the motion that we're considering is as written and as shown on the agenda. And that's pretty much what we're voting on, whether to accept or not accept. We're, to council's point, we are free to make changes should we want to. Are we ready to take a vote? Hearing no objection, no recusals. Calling for the vote to accept motion as presented on the agenda. Is this something we should go?
No, I mean, no, there's no objections or.
No objections or recusals, no abstentions. We are going to consider the vote unanimous to approve the motion as presented. Thank you. Okay, so unanimous vote to approve. Moving on with the agenda, we still have an item here. Jonathan, you're still on the agenda.
Yep.
No old business, new business, non-action item, invasive species action plan update.
Yeah, so just real quick, Jonathan Ho, Plant Quarantine Branch Manager. So just a real quick things. As Chair Hurd mentioned, we did go to New Zealand, and so the update will be just based off of that. So there was a delegation of Hawaii folks who did go to New Zealand to do some biosecurity work with the Ministry of Primary Industries, which is essentially New Zealand's U.S. Department of Agriculture, APHIS. And it consisted of 3 state senators, 4 representatives from the House, 6 members from the Department of Agriculture and Biosecurity, and then 1 member from DLNR, KISS, Hawaii Invasive Species Committee, Department of Law Enforcement, Hawaii Department of Transportation, Department of Business, Economic Development and Tourism, the Leeward Community College, and UHCTAR. So this was a very comprehensive set of folks with every person having some part to play in biosecurity. So real quick, on day 1, we did an overview of the Ministry of Primary Industries, so MPI's biosecurity strategy with, there were a lot of extended discussions on the use of transitional facilities, which is something that was created in Act 236. And then some detailed discussions on how they deal with their incursion responses. And we did a lot of discussion on their work on fruit fly incursions. Day 2, there was a tour of port operations at the Port of Auckland. Included in that tour were treatment and inspection facilities, and then a talk with us, MPI, the port operator, and the stevedores, and that very coordinated effort that it's everyone's shared responsibility for biosecurity in each of the functions that they play at the port to prevent the entry of pests and invasive species. After that, we did a tour of New Zealand Post, which is essentially U.S. Postal Service in the U.S. And we were able to see their new facility and the massive investment that they placed into that facility to use automation, X-raying and sorting, to basically pre-screen all the goods that are coming in through the New Zealand Post. And then they were able to demonstrate some of the inspections and interceptions of goods that they found at that facility. On day 3, we went to the Waikato Regional Council, which is, for all intents and purposes, kind of like their state version of the country. You know, where New Zealand is a country, and obviously the state doesn't have the same authority that they do. At the regional council, they were able to talk to us about some pest management strategies for wallabies. They have 5 species that they're working on control, with the Bennett's, Dama, Parma, brush-tailed rock, which we have in Hawaii as well, and then swamp wallabies. They're doing control eradication work in 2 areas in New Zealand. They also had a trained canine demonstration that they used for eradication purposes. They provided us with their management plan for Asian freshwater clams, Corbicula fluminea, which we also have in the state. And then kauri protection, which is kind of like a very sacred native evergreen tree that is basically afflicted with a disease similar to not the same as Rhapidodiet, but it's a fungus that's systemic that gets into the roots and then kills the trees. They use a lot of dedicated resources for outreach and control, and they are very targeted with their approaches in that they really try to meet affected parties where they're at for each pest and managing pathways. So for example, with the clam, there was a lot of targeted outreach for boaters to clean their materials, or guys that swim to make sure that they're not inadvertently moving the clams, and then a lot of like outreach as it relates to, like, for example, hunters or guys that are doing a lot of outdoor work for, again, wallabies, if they see something, and to say something, things like that. Day 4, there was a meeting with the I would say more management. So this is more like, I guess, national level management team from the Ministry of Primary Industries relating to their legislative actions toward the Biosecurity Act of 1993. So that's kind of the statutory authority for them to implement biosecurity across New Zealand, and kind of an update on some of the upcoming revisions through their parliamentary process, which is absolutely a little different. During that conversation, we talked with folks for in the wine production realm through their government industry agreement program, which is something that was also created in Act 236. And essentially what that does is to get specific industry groups to work directly with the government to basically cost share responses, and a benefit of that to be able to have, you know, kind of a seat at the table for the regulatory processes as they move along. It's a very novel system that works very well because a lot of their industries are very centralized, kiwi, dairy, things like that. There was also a lot of a presentation about how they do responses as it relates to animal diseases as well, because, you know, biosecurity is not just plant, it's also for domestic animals. They went very much into detail about infestation of H7 avian influenza and a destruction of a lot of birds, and the cost reimbursement structure that they have built into their statutes, and that they're still paying this off, you know, years into the future. And then we did also a deeper dive into their high path avian influenza response, and, you know, again, using their risk assessments to basically deal with it once it gets there, because there's an expectation that it will, because they can't obviously stop birds from flying in, and a lot of it is going to just be management once it gets there, because there's no way you're going to get rid of it from the environment. And then on the last day, there was just a talk with their National Crisis Management Center, which is essentially like HIMA. And again, it was very interesting to see, like, how centralized they are for all sectors of government to deal with crises, including those that could be related to biosecurity, and how they centralize and coordinate existing New Zealand resources to manage those emergencies. You know, so day 3 and 5 were a little shorter, and those are the travel days, but that's kind of the stuff that we did in New Zealand. And that's it.
That was a great update, Jonathan. For a non-action item, there's no questions, but we certainly can discuss. If
No,
there's
we-
discussion.
No, we can't discuss because it's written,
Okay,
how it's written.
so I'm
We can
just
take
still,
testimony, but actually, can I ask you to go back to the prior one after?
sure, but we have Diane's hand up.
I can't, because this is written,
Okay.
the way this is written, we can't ask questions. That's the OIP thing. I'm sorry.
Okay, all right, it was just clarification. Thank you.
But you can- I mean, yeah, I know, and I'm not happy with that OIP opinion, but we've just been getting a lot of it from different boards and our board too.
And yeah, so sorry about that. I
You can
am
send
still
it to
confused about the
Shmudge.
opinion. I thought we
You
could
can also call, you can call Jonathan.
Yeah.
Okay.
He doesn't have anything else to do. No, you gotta work on those merchant,
We'll go
the
back to this item.
rules.
Well, after give testimony, and then we can go back to the item, because I want to clarify something on the prior item. I'm sorry.
So we can get testimony?
Yeah, we can get testimony for this item.
Okay, sorry about that. So that's my confusion. We can't have discussion, we can't have questions, but we can have testimony.
We can always have testimony.
Thank you, Diane. Do you have testimony?
Christine.
We do have a raised hand. I don't know when she raised it. Christine, go ahead, join us.
Christine, you're up. Go potty.
Okay, maybe she's not, maybe that was a mistake. But, can we go back to the other action item after we're done with this?
Christine, we're gonna come back to you later, okay?
Can I ask a question?
Oh,
Well, the involvement of the Maori people in the process that you just heard.
Yeah, can I just go back to the other action, just real fast, because I want to make sure I made a mistake in something and I want to make sure we're clarifying it. So the submittal actually does say the appendix AE with the proposed changes. So I want to make sure, I know that the board does not want the proposed changes. So just to.
I don't think they do. It's not. I'm gonna put it as is, no, with no
I know, but
PPP
I just
proposed
to make
changes.
it clean so that we don't get challenged.
Ah,
Can someone
fine.
make a motion to adopt it, appendix E without the proposed changes? Because I was mistaken in the submittal. And I just want to make sure it's done clean.
So moved.
so
Okay, so Enya has moved.
we moved. Do we have a second?
Second, Diane.
Thank you, Diane.
And then,
Any objections or recusals?
yeah,
Any objections or recusals? Hearing, oh, there's a hand up. No?
Sorry.
Hearing, seeing none, the motion as amended
yes.
is approved.
Okay, so what you, just so we can clarify what was, is just only appendix E. It's not any of the proposed changes that were proposed by Plan Quarantine. None of that's in there.
Okay,
Okay. That's it. That's all I want to make sure.
can you speak tonight? Now that we've done it. Okay, thank you. So, moving on to, back to Christine.
Just for the last, actually, the last item.
Yeah.
Christine, if you're able to unmute.
Now we're gonna move on to the next hand raised, which is Vicky.
Six. This is item 6.
We're working on comments for new business, non-action item. We're not able to take questions or discussion, but we can take testimony. So,
Okay,
Vicky.
well, yeah, I just had a question. Were there people from the USDA and or US Congress on this, Halavai? Because, you know, New Zealand, they're their own federal government and Hawaii is a state. So when we go, if we don't take people from US Congress or USDA, we cannot do all of that they're doing. Because that requires federal government involvement. So I'm just questioning whether federal government people were on this huaka'i with you all to New Zealand, because that would have been really important. And that was just my comment. Thank you. Aloha.
Thank you. We are this answer.
I mean, I guess.
There was nobody, there was no federal representation.
It's less problematic than if you guys.
Okay, so last chance for Christine before we entertain a motion to adjourn.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Good. Can I make?
Sorry.
Wait, after Christine.
Sorry.
Oh, no, Christine.
Yeah, Christine, you're really breaking up.
Can you hear me
Can't hear
okay
you.
now?
Yes.
Okay, I'll try not to move. My name is Christine. I'm the CEO of Stargazer Industries Hawaii. I started last year on this journey with State Ag and USDA to start a new industry with the eucalyptus on Hawaii Island to start, and to clean up the island of the eucalyptus trees that had already been cut. And so I've done extensive scientific research, reading white papers to see what it would be like in the landscaping, how I would be doing this, what the insects I would be dealing with would be to fumigate them. And so we shipping in
Christine,
sorry?
you must have moved. We lost you for the last 5 seconds.
Oh, okay. So we started shipping the eucalyptus in April on the Hamakua coast. And it failed because the levels weren't high and we couldn't get the legal level. We went with another fumigator that drove it up to CRB level, and State Ag approved us for the wood chipped material. Now these wood chips are just the log, and they're more coarse, almost like gravel. There is a fine bit, a sawdust that comes with it. So USDA has regulated us to sift the material so that we have the pure wood chips that are larger than the 3/8 rock. And then we have the fine bits, which I would consider CRB, material, and I understand. But the sifted material, the coarseness of it, does not appear to be something that the CRB would take to bedding. It is not shredded, it's chipped. And so I was wondering if the terminology that is in a lot of the verbiage you guys have been talking about in the different subsections, if it could be defined a little better as to wood chips and mulch, because there are different types. There's shredded, there's coarse wood chip, and then there's fine bits, which is actually the material after sifting and your sawdust. Is there a way that we could define the wood chipped, coarse wood chipped mulch as long as it is tested by USDA scientists and tested by State Ag to be an approved material that could be transported? Because right now I'm legally able to transport through the state and to California.
Thank you for your testimony, Christine. We're going to move on to in-person testimony for the non-action item. Recognizing.
Thank you.
I was just curious in your recent trip to Aotearoa and about the Māori people that were there. How were they involved in?
Oh, very good question. Very, very involved. In fact, the stevedores, majority, I don't have a number for you, but the union leader of the stevedores said that because of the number of natives that are representative in the workforce, it's a lot more intensive, the concern. So the question was about the Maori, but it was from a personal standpoint, it was different because the women were walking in the back of the room. We were not allowed to sit front and center, not allowed, but traditionally it was just not accepted. You just used to it. And our Senator Gabbard did an excellent job representing us in the native language of he's Samoan, I think. So I'm just saying that the population is very, very, very involved.
Thank you for that, because I'd like to, I like hearing that because we've had a lot of experience with the Maoris there for decades as well. So a lot of what's happened to them, we want to learn. We've always had that exchange of learning. So I was happy that you folks did go there because I know the protocols are very important for them too. And for us, we've lost some of that protocols. And so we've had many trips there and we've had good exchanges with the Maoris.
You had the greenstone.
Yes.
So, I probably broke a couple rules already. I can feel the vibe coming from my council here. So,
Whatever.
we only take testimony during the non-action items. So.
No. You take, you're talking, I know, but whatever. I mean, we're just gonna
overstepped.
get a slap note.
Yeah, but thank you,
Letter.
for at least accommodating my little inquiry.
That's the right.
Wow.
After the meeting, you guys can
Yeah.
talk.
I know, sorry.
Freely. Okay.
Okay, so any other testimony? Hearing, seeing none, may I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved, Chair.
Second.
Thank you, Diane.
So move, Nate.
Okay, thank you. So we have a second from Nate. Nate, now you're on, huh? Okay.
Yeah, the Molokai internet, you gotta keep the mongoose, you gotta keep spinning in the wheel, so.
Coconut wireless, bro.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded to adjourn. Any objections or recusals? Hearing none, unanimously adjourning the meeting at 1:08. Next meeting is fourth Tuesday, October 28th. That it? Okay, we'll see you then. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Dominic, all you had to do was write.